in Libya and returned to Burkina Faso, something happened. Thomas Sankara was overthrown and killed. What do you know about it? Who were those who participated?
Well, as I said earlier, we were in groups. We entered in groups. We went to Libya through Burkina Faso. I was in a 22 groups, 22-man group. And we passed through Burkina Faso smoothly. When we passed through Burkina, Thomas Sankara was still president of Burkina Faso. And we went on to Libya. And all of group at the rear, the following groups, like the 47-man group, they were in Ouagadougou also for quite a long time. And the 36-man group and 37-man group, we came by stages and the groups that went. But with my group, by the time we passed through Ouagadougou, Thomas Sankara was still the president of Burkina Faso. Except for those who were in the group at the rear. There were a lot of groups and everybody stayed there for some time. Some people stayed 2 weeks, some people stayed 2 months before joining us in Libya or waiting for their flight to come back to Tajira camp to join us.
It is said that after you people have taken training, the first task you people undertook was to overthrow Thomas Sankara. This is why I'm asking you, what do you know about the overthrow of Thomas Sankara? Whether NPFL fighters participated, and if so, who are those or who were the leading commanders that led the overthrow of Thomas Sankara?
No, the information that I got to you, it needs some clarification. I will tell you the truth that while on our way to Libya, Thomas Sankara was president. And while we were in training and on our way back, the government have changed already to bless Campari. While we were going, Thomas Sankara was still president of Burkina Faso. So it might happen while we were in training, while the other groups were on their way there, which I cannot say. But when we came back and stopping Ouaga to enter Liberia, Blaise Compaoré was already president of Ouagadougou. It was not after we had trained and come back. The incident they are referring to, it happened on our way. It could be where we went in stages. Those that were in a group, maybe in 47-man group, who they were explaining for themselves. Maybe they got hooked up somewhere and they did what they wanted to do there. But this thing happened when we were in Ouagadougou. Because I remember when we were in training, Blaise Compaoré have taken over Burkina Faso. He went to Libya to see Gaddafi. He was already president, and we were still in training.
He said you were designated by Mr. Taylor as Inspector General. How long did you occupy that position?
I was Inspector General of NPFL from 1990 or 91 up to up to the time Taylor became president.
Up to
the time Mr. Taylor became president of Liberia.
You were Inspector
I was Inspector General.
What can you tell us about the planning, execution of the Octopus as Inspector General?
What happened was that when I became Inspector General interpreter upon this fellow taking my pickup away and it was announced to me that I was Inspector General, it was not long when I took over Maryland, Sinai, and Grand Gedeh. what was said to me, my instruction was that since Taylor was very far away from those areas, the Southeastern region, I should be there as Inspector General and stay in that region to control situation. While Octopus was taking place, I will stay there in the Southeastern region as Inspector General.
Yeah. While it is true that you may be in Maryland at the time, but as Inspector General, supposed to know the planning of the Octopus and lead those who led the Octopus to Monrovia.
Well, I said again earlier today, the operation of this NPFL is structured in a way that we have the strike force, we have the army division, we have the marine, we have the artillery, and the sole responsible of that is the commander-in-chief. No group interfere with each other. You don't take order from anybody. But if the artillery battalion is taking an assignment or to strike an area, that order will only come from the president at the time. So you, the Inspector General, you won't even know what is happening. So it made it difficult for you to know the whole plan.
What was your role then?
My role had limitation. I said that again here in my explanation. I'm an Inspector General, which I agree. But there are certain people, the Executive National Guard unit, which these units are just called, like the, just a minute please. I beg you, I've forgotten. Like the strike force, the artillery battalion, pull the paper now. These units, the unit force directly under the president. So you cannot interfere with them. I cannot institute an arrest within those units. The artillery battalion, the marine division, the strike force division, they are all EMG units. We call them executive mansion, units. They are like SS. They are controlled by the president. They take direct instruction from the president. I only refer them. So in case something happens and I want to know or I want to institute arrest, I might have permission from the commander-in-chief before I can even venture around them.
Yeah.
So it's making it difficult for me, but other units, the battalion commander in every unit, like ordinary foot soldiers, are all right to institute any arrests on them.
I believed as an Inspector General,
yeah,
you may not know all the foot soldiers. You may not know the names and identities of all the battalion the platoon commanders, maybe the company commanders. But the battalion commanders are so high up, so conspicuous, so renowned, that an Inspector General is supposed to know the various units and the commanders, the battlefront commanders, the battalion commanders. And so I'm asking, who was the commanding officer that led Octopus to Monrovia?
I will say again that I cannot tell you uprightly the commander at Octopus. I was in Maryland. What really I find? Now you are telling about who led. The Octopus you are talking about in Monrovia, closer to the commander-in-chief, there were the army division, the naval division, the artillery division, the marine division, the strike force division, the Atherton unit, then they got a Namon base, then the wild geese. These are all units very close to the president, and he knows who will lead, and he will not consult the Inspector General on that. Now that I do not know, I know some of them, but then I have no authority sole authority to arrest anybody from these divisions I just called.
No.
Because they take direct order from the president, from the commander-in-chief.
It is not a question of arresting or the power to arrest. The question, the work of the TRC is to get a clear picture.
Yes.
And you have taken oath to testify nothing but truth. And so we are asking you what lies within your certain knowledge. We don't say whether you have power to arrest or not to arrest, but whether you know who was the commanding officer that led the troop here during the Octopus. That's the only question I ask.
Well, did that make it difficult?
Or which unit? All the units that you call the names down, all of them were part of the Octopus?
Well, that is why can I also tell you, because if the commander-in-chief is closer to these units and they are in Monrovia and I'm in Kipamas, which will make it difficult for me to answer your question, because I was not involved in the Octopus, I was in Maryland. But like Kasha Jacob, who was heading the Executive Mansion Battalion, he was a very powerful man, and Benjamin Yeaten, SS, who were also powerful. And these people are very powerful people who have no, authority over, but they were all commanders who were very closely with the president. And they take their instruction directly from there. And let me tell you how NPFL runs. If you are in NPFL and the commander-in-chief is dealing with you and telling you to do certain things, and if you are a commander in the field or other or strike force commander, will not know what the artillery division is doing on the other side. That's how he operates. That's how Taylor's operates. Any other person from NPFL will tell you. If he giving you an instruction to do certain thing, the other group would not know. Even me, if I want mission to go up somewhere, the man coming after me would not know what my mission is or what my mission was. So it would be difficult for me to tell you who were heading the Octopus and who led the Octopus. And Octopus is a group operation, very, very large group operation that all NPFL, high command was taking part in. Even though we had radios are listening to what was happening, but I was seeing Kipamas.
What about April 6th?
April 6, the last war in town. I was in Monrovia, and I remember.
How it came about as Inspector General?
April 6, I was still the Inspector General because I was in Monrovia, and I came to Monrovia one night, and I was stopping in Banasio. And what happened was I came down with my bodyguards, and they were fighting, broke up. And while I was living, I really can't tell you how it started, but when it started, I knew. I got into my car and coming toward Banasio Junction, I was intercepted by a group of boys, and they ordered me down from my car. And who are you and where are you coming from? And this huge fellow, Madingo fellow, came from the back and said, "Oh no, this is General Blah from NPFL. Oh, you can let him go." Then later on, I saw a group of men. These people seems to be like crown people, and they were all arrested to be taken away by a certain group. And I stopped, I intervened, and told the boys, said, "Leave these people. You're trying to arrest." And they recognized me to be an Inspector General from NPFL days. So they left them, and I took them in a car. They were responsible people. One was a doctor, and one was that the names now I cannot remember, but they were all crown. And they said they were all from Yelimo K or so. And they are bad people. They were taking them away. They broke away. and they were taking them to their camp. And all I know, I cannot tell you exactly when it started, and how it started. And that was not my plan, it was not my making.
During the fightings, many civilians were killed, but our personalities targeted. And among these personalities, you have a great number of Nimba citizens of national stakeholder. You talk about Jackson F. Doe, Stephen Daniel, and others. What do you know about the killing of these people?
Well, there's the same thing I'm saying. I know that these people were killed. The one incident I was involved that I got a little bit, I got annoyed was that on one occasion, it was not during the Octopus. When the people were running from here, David Douanier, Alfred Fromo, that was in Kakata, and somebody ran to me on my way from Banga. David Douanier was my uncle. He took me to school. So somebody came running to me and said, but one man asking for you, but they tie him in the police headquarters, at the Kakata police headquarters. So I ran. So when I came, there were only 3 of them that was there. Stephen Daniel was there, Alfred Romo was there, and David Towa was there. So when I went inside, he was tied on his back. So I said, but who tied this man? Who tied this man? That nobody could answer. So I was losing the man. Some police boys were around. I said, this is my father. Who tied this man? They losing him. He began to cry when he saw me. So,
yeah.
So his wife was outside. And when she saw me and they ran to me, it was the very first time seeing me since I came from Libya. The very, very first time to see me since I came from Libya. Because I always behind her and just coming in from Kipamas also. So I told the woman, I said, look, let's go to Bright Farm, buy chicken and cook for teacher to eat. I used to call him teacher. I said, so teacher can eat. He said he was not eating. So I said, no, you must eat. Nothing will happen to you. He has been losing. I let them losing all the 3 men. Then somebody came from outside, one of our fighters, and they said they were just returning from Harbor, where Taylor was stationed. They said the chief wants to see you. So I told David's wife, I said, okay, cook the food, cook cassava leaf, less cassava, the fresh chicken, take it, you will eat. I left some of my bodyguards there, and I ran to where our commander was, Commander-in-Chief Taylor was. So when I said, Chief, you sent for me. He said, but what do you send for you? I said, Chief, man, the Boskin journal, he said, you sent for me. But in fact, I was coming here. Excuse me. My uncle is tied. I asked that when I asked, the question was that you have ordered that he be tied for investigation. He said, Moses, who told you that? David is also my brother-in-law. So I said, but the man is tied. I just losing him not too long ago in Kakata. And the boys are fanning around there. Then he said, in fact, David then did all kinds of things here. They did all kinds of some kind of newspaper he wrote, he called me criminal. And he said, oh, my sister got a paper, I can let you read it, So I said, but then he loosened now. He said, then he jokingly told me, he said, look, that my brother-in-law, and nothing will happen to him, and you will be okay. That the last word from Taylor to me. So I drove back. I said, Chief, I'm leaving. I'm going back to Kakata. He said, all right, and I saluted and left. Then, upon reaching Kakata at the police station, I saw a girl woman with a willow market. She was sitting in the market there. She threw sand to me and said, "Come." I went. He said, "Oh, as soon as you left from here, they took the people away." So I got a little bit, It was shocking. So I ran to the police station. They were not there anymore. So I asked the police boy. I said, "What are the people that I left here today?" He said, "But police are not soldiers. The soldier people, they came here. I know exactly who took the people, put them in car, they took them away." Then the same woman, when I was coming out, she called. Said the people have been gone ever since. And the car that carried them, I saw the car empty coming back. Quietly, and she told me. So I didn't go back to Taylor. I didn't ask anybody. I felt very bad that day. Then I started coming towards Monrovia. I was trying to look for my relatives that were missing in Monrovia. Some of them were along the way in Mount Barkley. And my daughter was pregnant at the time, and somebody showed her location. I was looking for her. I found her. I have a crazy little brother who is not good in the head. I found him that day too, and I took them to Banga with me. And that's how they died. That's how they died. Since then, I have not seen David Toy. That's what I knew about that day.
Now, what did you deduce from what Mr. Taylor told you? First, when he said, in fact, David Toy is my in-law. And then later on, he said, well, they say all kind of things about me. Even call me criminal. How do you understand? So are you saying that the arrest and perhaps the execution were done with the knowledge of Mr. Taylor?
It's difficult to say also. But the conclusion to me, this is why I did not go back to him, because the answer I received was not favorable to me. So when you say somebody wrote all kinds of paper and say about you, but I was not the one you were giving order to kill anyone, which I would stand by my word. But if it could be anybody, that judgment, it should be kept to myself, because that was said to me, and the person disappeared. So I cannot say he gave the order. But he said the last word was that his brother-in-law and nothing will happen to him. That's what he told me lastly. But he did mention that this persons, they wrote a paper and they said he is a criminal, he what and what and what. That was said to me also.
What about Jackson Hebdo, Bailey, and the others?
This is another killing. That's why I told you that in the operation of the NPFL, if I'm the Inspector General, I have a limitation. If I'm not supposed to know certain thing, and knowing that this man is really David Jackson Doe's sons married to my sister. And as I'm speaking to you, they are still together. And I will tell you again another story about Jackson Doe. Jackson Doe was in Harbel. I didn't see him, but I heard that he was there. But then while I was coming to Mount Barkley, as I told you, looking for my relatives, I saw my sister. When I saw my sister with this Jackson Doe's son, he was not known by the fighter. They didn't know who he was. So I gave them leave to Kakata. But when we got to someplace, Morris's farm, near Kakata. That one I saw some of our fighter, and they recognized him because he was in the army. And they said, "Oh, that's Jackson Doe's son, Jackson Doe's son. You put him down. So I said, "No. You put him down for what?" Now they were the second time I ran to to Habel with this ball. I went to President Taylor. I said, "But this is my in-law. This is my sister's husband." And then they are forcing him out of the car. We almost exchanged guns because when they tried to put in, I resisted, and I took my gun too with my bodyguards. But then when I told him, he said, "But if you show this ball is," I didn't ask for Jackson Doe. I was only referring to this ball. We were with me in the car, his son. So the boy, the teller told me, say, well, so you think this boy here, soldier, you think he's strong, he can fight? I said, yeah, he can fight. I said, well, Chief, please allow me to take him with me. If anything happens when he does anything, I will be responsible. He said, okay, take him with you, that you're a soldier. So when I came back, I told the commander, I said, I got an order from the president that nobody humbug this man. This man will stand with me, and he is my bodyguard. And he stayed today with me, working in my yard.
After it became crystal clear that these people had been killed, you as an Inspector General, did you make any recommendation, since you were responsible for litigation, to investigate and ascertain as to why these people were executed without due process? Did you?
Well, what happened here is this. I will come back to the function of NPFL. National Patriotic Front does not operate that way. There were special frontline commanders responsible for what you are talking. If I come from Kipamas on my assignment and telling Taylor here in Habel that I'm investigating someone who brought Jackson Doe, which I know that he was in Habel, in the area where Taylor lived, that I will be questioning authority. I might get hate from that.
But do you know, as an Inspector General, whether there was a board set up, whether military personnel or civilians that have been accused of any crime that go before that tribunal and be given trial? As an Inspector General, do you know?
That's why it did not happen that way. When I became Inspector General, the period which you are talking about, I was in Kipamas, I said, I came to Banga, and there was a board already in Banga set up by the Commander-in-Chief, headed by another individual to investigate. There's a tribunal set up by someone to investigate these kind of matters. That was normal within my reach. To go to the Commander-in-Chief and say, well, we saw this person is dead, this person is missing, and you got to investigate. Then with NPFL, I don't think I will be sitting and talking to you as I am today.
Who was the chairman of that tribunal?
The chairman is one Madonna Bong. He was the chairman of the tribunal.
Madonna Brown.
Bong,
yeah.
Madonna Bong.
Do you know whether he's still alive?
Yes, he's in Monrovia. Someplace.
He's in Monrovia. Do you know anything about the arrest, detention, and execution of Dr. Yakasen? The then president of the University of Liberia?
No.
I cannot. Do you know whether these civilians that you're talking about, Jackson Doe and others, whether they were given hearing? Were they tried?
No, not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. So they were summarily executed?
Yeah, not to my knowledge. To be exact.
Do you know anything about Sam Dokie?
Yeah, I heard a rumor that Sam Dokie was arrested in Kakata by the director of the SSS, Benjamin Yeaten, and took them away. His wife, his sister, his driver, and a bodyguard. And I really didn't know anything further than that. And took them away.
The fate of the Ghanaians in the Sierra Leonean that were arrested, and you said you took them to Buchanan.
Yeah, Flamingo.
What happened to them?
They were there with me when the ECOMOG came and some kind of peace settlement reached, and we had ECOMOG into our control areas, and they decided to go home, and some decided to go on to Ghana by the ECOMOG boat that was here, and they said they can't disperse, and everybody decided to leave because there was safety now. Yeah, because there were ECOMOG in our midst, and no more, random killing.
When Vice President Dogolea died, Taylor said he would like Dogolea to be succeeded by a religious person, so that we advised him on issues, but he was pressurized never to forget the Banga commitment, the Banga connection. And you, as trained commandos who went to Libya, came back and became Inspector General, can you tell us, if you know, what was this Banga commitment or Banga connection?
My connection was not Banga connection. This statement has said that the second in command must come from Libya was said in Tajura camp in Tripoli, Libya. It was not in Banga. When Taylor visited the camp, and Copper Miller and Augustine Wright was taken away, that when he made a statement, said, I promised you that my second in command, should we succeed, and I'm president of Liberia, the second in command of my government should be from among us here in Tripoli. The commitment was made in Libya. It was not made in Banga. So when you talk about Banga connection, I think it should be something else. But to become vice president or what, then I became ambassador. And I'll repeat again for clarification. I was not Inspector General, then I became ambassador. And when I came back to Liberia to take my family with me to Libya, I've stayed already 3 years as an ambassador. That when Enoch died, and I went to take leave for him to leave, and that when he told me, wait, until I formed and said at the party headquarters of the NPP, when it was announced to me that I would have to replace Enoch Dogolea, that I became vice president of Liberia. Now I became 28th vice president of Liberia.
So, could it be then that there was a Libya commitment, and that commitment was confirmed and affirmed in Banga that constituted the Banga connection?
I would say again, Banga connection, if there was any, but the connection I'm very concerned about is the connection from Libya. Because Libya, in fact, he was questioned that we are in a very large group and we are fighting together. So he said, he brought a parable. He said, what happens to you boys if a hunter goes into the bush and kill an elephant, and he only took the head of this elephant and gave the body to the rest of the men? You wouldn't be happy? Because the whole body of the elephant, where included the thigh, the hand, the stomach, everything, and only the head. And we all laugh and say that we would be happy if we are taking a whole elephant and the chief hunter is only carrying a head, which is nothing because the head is nothing but bones. So that, that's how the connection started. It was in Libya. But I had little to say about the Banga connection because I do not know much about it.
So could we then conclude that because of that Libya commitment,
Yeah.
that is, when I become a president or head of state, Nimba will produce the second person. Could one then conclude that because of that promise, the citizens of Nimba that were integral part of the war in which you were the most senior officer did not care the number of persons that died from Nimba?
Wow. This question is, how would that be such
including your uncle?
Why should I be such a don't care person? If you know along the way the difficulties I went through questioning, I went through security check, I went through a lot of things, like the eyes were on me, and even before becoming this president, which you just mentioned, Commissioner, before becoming president of Liberia, it was really a big tussle. The tussle all derives from what you are talking about, knowing fully well the people of my countries have died, including my uncle, my father to say, and to make such a man a president of a nation. If you know, Commissioner, the thing I went through, the checking, the security on me, that's something that it isn't worth mentioning. I cannot, because I went through some difficulties. You are a Liberian. You saw what happened to me here. I went to jail for nothing. Nyondwe Monkroman, who was a speaker, must become president in place of the president of Liberia. While I'm healthy, I'm okay, I'm capable of doing my job. I've already become vice president for 3 years, and somebody else to come. I mean, if you look way down the line, Commissioner, you would think that the mentor, the torture I had on me, but the kind of organization I was in, I have a family, I have relatives here, I have my home here, I have a farm here. If what happened to them, I didn't have money. What happens if I just leave because you have just killed my uncle and I have to leave? I will be killing all of them. I feel the pain. Why would my uncle, the person who took me to school, educated me, die? And then I'll be happy because I'm from one NPFL.
Is it true that you led the NPFL forces to the western region, Southeastern region, including Grand Gedeh, Grand Cru, Sano, Maryland County, River G? Is it true?
No. Those areas have their own commanders. I didn't lead any troop. I have one small pickup with my bodyguards. I went as an inspector because the area was very far from the commander-in-chief. In fact, going to that area, there was a cost. As I told you earlier in my explanation to you, I went to Maryland because there was violence, a lot of lootings were going on, and the companies there were closed down because of harassment. And the people of Maryland have called through media, they called BBC and said if Taylor is still having the men in Maryland County, we will leave and they play with remain an empty ground and turn over to Cote d'Ivoire to stay there. So upon receiving such a radio communication, that when Taylor asked, please go to Maryland and make sure the place is clear. I know you are a soldier, diplomat, you can control the situation. That I went there, I didn't lead troop there. I had never been to Grand Cru, so I was I patrolled in Sino and Grand Gedeh. I never led a foot soldier like a field commander, no. I went directly there and was making sure that situation there put under control.
One of your generals, as well as so many civilians, testified, and even you responded to one of the general testimony that you were the battlefront commander when Grand Gedehs were captured and took over by NPFL. What can you say about this? Are you prepared to face that person if you say no?
I can face that person if I tell you as Moses Black. I read newspaper, I heard news that say I led soldier, I killed innocent people. Never. I was never a foot soldier. I never took gun to fight. I was only doing my inspection. I was going from place to place, more especially in the Southeastern region, and the people in Southeastern region can bear me, even in the identical Grand Gedeh. From Grand Gedeh you are talking about, I was brought to Banga for questioning because I opened corridor for the people of Grand Gedeh, the elderly women, the babies, the pregnant women, to go to La Côte d'Ivoire because our fighter was there raping and looting and doing all kinds of things. So I opened the corridor and told the people that once you are old and we are not here, we are only here for AFF soldier, you soldier, please stop fighting, hurting these people. And they went to La Côte d'Ivoire, Ivory Coast. And that what I can remember, I had no general as such to say my general. I had no special general. Now that what I brought with me in this gathering today, in before the TRC, the people who are worked with me as general at the time, they are still here. They are still with me today. No other general like that person Nimba. So I brought a newspaper, I got it with me. I had a newspaper when this is the paper and I heard all kinds of rubbish in it. And I'm waiting to face this person. He never a general, nowhere. The name I saw here, is that the person you're referring to? This is the son of a criminal. This man called Tatabun has a boy with a gun dragging behind him. He was beaten, the arm was broken for looting. And that his son who wrote this, who made the announcement. So I brought this newspaper and been waiting to face you with it. This man, the father of this man is called Tatabun. He's also from Kipamas. And this boy was behind the father doing some looting, doing all kinds of things. And this man was arrested and beaten, and I think he died with a broken arm. And this is a boy who wrote all kinds of rubbish. I was never a leader of a battalion, I was never a leader of a war. I told you I came to Tapeta, and the battalion commander had asked me to go to become a third platoon commander, which the company commander refused. He said, this is a man who was our chief in Libya, he cannot be a platoon chief before me. And I went till I came to town and the man wanted to seize my pickup, and from there I became Inspector General until I became president of this country. So I was never a full soldier, I never led war to anywhere, I was only an inspector. I cut it short today again. I will come, let me come from clarification. Let me just say something for you to know. What happened again in Grand Gedeh? I went into the bush. I was bringing the people with our food, with our shoes, in the administrative building. They were housed them and were looking for plantain, banana, cassava, go to Tapeta, pick a load and bring it to them. One time I went on the highway to Sino. On my return, one son, Lato, one of our Gedeh commanders, had been there and fired these people. There were about 30, 40 dead bodies. I got crazy. I said, but what happened? What the old ladies, the mother of young children, and who could come in and do this kind of atrocity? That night, I ran to Banga. I drove straight to the commander-in-chief to report what San Lato had done. He was never a son around there. Why he has gone there to kill these people? He had gone there earlier and told President Taylor that I opened corridor for enemies to leave and come to Ivory Coast, the people we are fighting, and letting them out. So I told the president that's not the case. There's a lie. This is a lie. He said, oh, we'll send for San Lato. He was arrested, investigated. I wasn't there. Later I saw him again somewhere, Mount Barkley there. He had fired another person with a TV set. He said this person was looting a television. And that's how he made it fit. The last time they took him to Banga, that one Taylor said, you San Lato, you are killed. You killed in Grand Judah. And you will not go free with this one. Does the TV belong to you and you killed this man? Fire the little boy. And that's why he was ordered executed too. I think he was investigated. I think that included that thing he did in Grand Judah. But I was never a foot soldier. I was never a commander of any army to go. I became Adjutant General from Libya. I became Inspector General. I became Liberian Ambassador to Libya and Tunisia, Vice President of Liberia, and President of Liberia. I was never a foot soldier. I was never a battalion commander anywhere, to lead any troop anywhere. Thank you, sir.
In Kipamans,
yeah,
you were accused of looting. You have admitted of forcibly opening a container and got 2 jeeps therefrom. But an addition property that were also taken by the same way was the Harper City generator.
Good.
What did you do with it?
Well, let me come.
Is it true that you took the generator, and if so, what you did with it?
Just a minute. Let me come to you one by one. I was in Harper. That was a security check when it comes to the 2 jeeps. There's a container. I got a security tip off that they were gone in a container and whatnot and muddy boards. So I asked my man to bust into the container open. And when they opened, there were 2 jeeps, and that were reported to the commander-in-chief. And I got the okay, the go ahead to have them used by our operation. I never looted. Everything I did, I consult the commander-in-chief. This is why I was Inspector General. Now let's come to the generator. There was a big, huge generator in the powerhouse in Harper. And I don't know who to President Taylor or Commander-in-Chief Taylor that there was a generator there, and they wanted a generator in Banga. They wanted to use the generator in Banga. So he said, well, send the power cut off, and they are using the generator. I'm sending people to to Harper, and we will take the generator. When everything ceases, I will replace that generator. I will give the new generator. That when the people came from Banga and took this generator away, and I made sure that I was delivered to him in Banga. I did not loot any generator.
As president, how long did you remain in office? How long you spent in office?
Well, I don't think if that matter, but I will let you know. I was in office, let me just tell you when. Let me look at records so I can lie. I was president of Liberia August 11, 2003, and I retired October 11, 2003.
August, September, October.
Yeah.
I asked this question to ask you.
Yes.
That in Liberia, land issue has become one of the greatest conflict-laden issue.
Yeah.
Despite the contentions by many people, there are certain rules and procedures
Yeah.
laid down in our statute and the Constitution
Yeah.
concerning selling public land. You only spent 3 years in office, 3 months in office.
Yeah.
A land was surveyed in September 12,
Yeah.
claiming to be a public land, sent to your office September 25th, and you are reported to sign that paper, even though the time set up for the president to sign, the kind of announcement supposed to be made was never made. Is it true that you sign these during your 3-month stay in office?
My God. When you say these, then there will be the large quantity of these to be signed. Well, I have records of what I signed as president of this country of Liberia. I consulted people from Lions and Mines whether these should be signed by me. You know, when you are a president, I don't think I have to unilaterally sit down and start signing papers. I had a advisor that was telling me, oh, this is right, you can do this. Or else maybe I'm misled by someone, but I cannot remember until I see these documents and say when. Because what we are talking about has been quite a long time.
I pass you a copy of a deed. Mr. Hearing Officer, please look at it. You will see it that a deed was prepared. The land surveyor, the surveyor of the county surveyed the area on the 12th of September 2003.
Yeah.
And was presented to you on the 25th of September 2003 and was signed.
And I was still president.
Yeah, you signed as a president of Liberia. Look at the signature. First, that your signature.
I think you will give me a time. Let me look at my documents and look at this and make sure that I ever sign a deal like this. So you will please allow me. It takes time. I have a lot of documents, in my cabinet that I make sure that I sign these. But you said these, so I got to check how many these are signed and how was it brought to me. So please, I will have to take this paper and I will respond to it later and send the document to you.
But did you look at the signature?
I saw the thing. I mean, whether my signature.
Is it your signature?
I would not say it now because the signing here looks my signature. It looks funny, so it looks funny. So I will have to.
You want to be a lawyer?
You have to give me time. You have to give me time to come and check. Commissioner, please allow me to.
Audience, please, let's have a quiet.
Commissioner, please allow me
Your laughter interrupts.
to check this paper up. I will get to you with
Okay, madam, please.
With an accurate report on this document or any other deeds because I'm going to check.
Okay. So the understanding now is you are going to check.
I will check.
And when you check,
Yes.
you will let us know.
Yes.
Please do so by writing because you may not come back again to take us time.
Yeah, I will write. All right.
So if we don't receive any reply from you,
Yeah.
then it's construed that yes,
Yeah, I sign.
that's your signature.
Yeah, but then I have to write you.
Okay.
I write you and also send a photocopy because every day I sign, I must have a photocopy to keep.
Okay.
For a day like this today, that somebody will come and say that I'm your land and somebody's land was sold and whatnot.
Thank
So
you.
that's the kind of procedure I follow. So we have to check this deed.
Thank you.
The signature there is not clear. It look funny.
Thank you. Okay, so as an Inspector General, my last question. Was it ever brought to your attention, since your prime responsibility was to investigate the attitude of the soldiers, was it ever brought to your attention that civilians were killed for no other reasons but either for their tribes, religions, or employment? Was that ever brought to your attention?
That was very numerous reports. I got reports on soldiers raping, looting, and killing illegally, and they were dealt with. Some were being transferred to Banga for investigation, and that was simple. And let me just bring you back to one of the illegal things that happened. When I became Inspector General, as I said here, a man, one of the soldiers from NPFL, one of our fighters, came to Ganta. They were about 3 in the night and went into a Lebanese store, and they slept in a cartoon. I don't know how they got there. And while the man was asleep, they went and took what they could take, got sufficient money from the man, and they choked the man to death. And 2 of the men jumped out of the store through the windows. And they told a friend who was drunk and sleeping in a cartoon that we are going to open the door for you by money, and you be here because it's almost day. But unfortunately for him, sleep carried him, and he slept there. And when the man could not open his store in the morning, that when the Lebanese around there went and bust the door, and they found his body by the window and by the door of the house, and they dragged the body, and this matter was reported in Banga, and I was called on radio. I think I was on my way to Tapeta, to my village, and tell us that we got to rush to Ganta. There's a murder taking place last night. And when I went to Ganta, this man was in jail, this fellow. And he explained to me exactly that they had gone there to steal, and they killed the Lebanese man. And these Lebanese people pretend they were closing all the stores, and they were leaving Ganta. That was the NPFL control area. So I went back to Banga and told President Taylor what has happened. I said, "May I admitted killing this man?" He said there were 3, but the other 2 escaped. So he said, "But look, this is no tribunal case. Tell a boat, tell a Ben, and with some police officer, let the man write that he killed this man, and he refused to be executed. Let him die." And I came, it took 2 days, and he sent after me to see whether the man was still living. And I said, "Yeah, the man is guilty, but he lives." He said, "Look, what you want me to, then let me give you death warrant. I mean, that's what you are waiting for." And he took a green ink on a piece of paper. If the man is guilty, he must be executed. Then we came to Ganta, and it was raining, and we called all the Lebanese people and order. I said, "This boy have killed this man, and these Lebanese people are about to leave and close their stores. Then he must die." That's why he got his body fit, and he died right there for looting and killing somebody like that. So when you say inspection, that's what our fund are doing. Our really a strong inspector, making sure that thing goes right. People in Kipamas will tell you that. People in this Grand Judah will tell you that. I would never force soldier to take gun to shoot anybody. I had to save people. That's my star. I think this is why Taylor made me an Inspector General.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Well, I'm Commissioner Pearl Brown Bull, oversight for historical review, among other service. Commissioner Shikafuma asked me I was a lawyer for you, but for that paper I have to say, Shik, you have to give him a photocopy of that deed so he can really see where his signature, because his photocopy and now original. So please, I'll amicus for that.
I see why you're my lawyer. Thank you.
Mr. Witness Pavois.
Oh, my brother.
Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Wie geht's?
Guten Tag, guten Tag.
Wie geht's? Gut?
Good. It's good.
Wie lange bleiben Sie in Deutschland?
Small, okay.
Okay. Wenn du als President der Republik Liberia, is correct?
Yes.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Shukran. No, I'm trying to say something. Shukran.
Shukran.
What I'm saying this to you because
Shukran.
my research,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, you soon find out while I went this way by speaking to you. My research shows that you, Mr. Witness, besides being a trained mechanic, you are fluent, and I wanted to find out you're fluent in English, German, French, and Arabic. Is that correct?
Yeah, when you say fluent, yeah, I speak those languages because I attended a Coronado Institute of Languages in Germany. And it was not long, but I could find my way. That what made me to become an ambassador.
Yeah, so that's what I was asking you, those questions in the various language. Guten Tag was telling you hello, and that's why you responded,
yes,
and
yes.
how long. And French to say you're the former president of Liberia, and Arabic, I was saying thank you. I wanted to see
Yes, that's correct. You are correct.
Thank
you are correct, yeah.
Many people didn't know that. Now, since I'm for history, I will be asking questions along that line.
You are
among
correct.
others. I understand you from the Gedeh tribe, right? The
Yes.
Gedeh or Dan tribe,
Yes,
which is an ethnic group from northeastern Liberia and Cote d'Ivoire.
yeah.
Okay. Now, during the historical review, many people proposed for us to change citing symbols, citing things we using like the seal or the words on the seal, citing symbolic objects that we have in the past. And as the 22nd president of Liberia and someone who served this country, and from where you started as a mechanic, I think you went to school in Nimba, right?
Yeah, in Lamco Yukipa, yes.
Yes. What school?
Lamco VTC, SVTC.
Yeah, so we want people to know who Mose Blah is, because your name would be down, your name already in history, the 28th Vice President of Liberia and the 22nd Vice President of Liberia hailing from Nimba County.
You're correct.
So history cannot cheat Nimba of not having a president.
You're correct, Commissioner.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you this question. How do you feel about the changing the symbol, changing the motto, the love of liberty brought us here? Another group said, the love of liberty should unite us. Now, you say you're from the Gedeh tribe. My research shows that the Gedeh is an ethnic group from northeastern Liberia and Cote d'Ivoire that migrated from East Africa to the present-day Mali and Guinea several hundred years ago. And their current location is in Liberia and the Ivory Coast. That you all invaded, they were invaded the coastal region, replacing some of the Atlantic tribes and pushing back the crew. So with this information that even the Gedehs, they came to Liberia sometimes, like all other tribes, trying to find out whether this motto, the love, that for us to understand the love of liberty brought us here, that maybe people UNEFI is for one group of people who came here, I think 1821, 22, up to 1847, that there were people who came, and probably it's important maybe for all of us to know when we came here. So with this, how do you feel about this thing about changing the motto from the love for liberty brought us here to some other reason, or why? Knowing that I've just given you from the Gio tribe, who can claim to be, who this tribe is a Liberian tribe, registered as a Liberian tribe, Gio or Dan they call them, that came from East Africa to Mali and Guinea several hundred years ago, and down in this area. So what do you want to tell me about the motto? How do you feel about the motto as it is and a statement?
Well, you people are historians, you know what to do, but then to my own knowledge, everybody in this country must come from somewhere. We all came from somewhere. We found ourselves here in a place called Liberia today. And there's, with motto law of liberty brought us here, it will sound old. I mean, when to any young, new Liberian people, they will always want to question that. To say, but then we were here before. Like you are just telling me, I didn't know where I came from before coming to Liberia. So if this is the case with me, I would prefer that the law of liberty met us here. Because I opened my eyes out here and I met my great-grandfather here. And you are telling me they came from somewhere. Then if so, then we have to find solution. Because we all came from someplace, somewhere, before coming to this country. So I think you can help us with that, Mr. Commissioner. Madam
Yes,
Commissioner.
thank you. I just throw that out for many of us to remember, to start, because at the end of the day, we have to come up with something, and we supposed to get recommendations. So that's why I asked you. You gave your reason for joining NPFL.
Yeah.
And my question is to confirm or affirm or don't. You said that you move into other foreign countries and train them to come back to Liberia to remove the Doe government because what? Because your reason was that Doe, you got fully involved in the National Patriotic Front because you came from the Gio tribe in Liberia, Nimba County. And there was a time some of y'all could not even speak your dialect because that was honor hit from the Doe regime that had come about because the problem between Doe and Queen Pa.
Yeah.
And you had some of your relatives that were killed, including Major Wilson Toe, who was in the police force and was beheaded on the beach by the Doe soldiers. Is that correct?
Well, correct.
Is he the same person who said was driving from the executive mansion, was arrested, taken to the executive mansion, stripped naked, and his penis was stretched as long as it could, and he bled to death?
There was another cousin of mine, Gedeh. He was a driver at the executive mansion.
What is his first name?
He's Jim Gedeh.
So when you all saw this, so at that time, that's what most of the Guios and miners from that area decided to flee over to Cote d'Ivoire. And that's the reason why you decided to join in 1985 in Cote d'Ivoire when Afri Men, how you spell this man name?
Afri Men, M-E-H-N.
M-E-H-N. So when Afri Men told you about Charles Taylor coming, you all accepted because you wanted to come to remove Doe. Now, you say you are chief of the organization and Inspector General. But I can see from your testimony today, we can see, would I be right to deduce or to say that even the war, starting this war, to get together, although you all had one objective, to come to remove Doe, but even in there, when you all started, I can see there were lots of conspiracy, threat, lying on each other, loyalty, And they seen dissension, division for Congo men and countrymen. Because yeah, you have although African men Kuting didn't have the means, but I see it was our Copper Miller
Yes.
who told y'all that although y'all were being trained, but y'all trained for Congo men, you didn't want, although Taylor had found a way, but you didn't want for him to be the leader. But you were a lawyer and you dispelled that and you did not join him. Was Prince Johnson also among you all who were trained in Libya at that time? Prince
No.
Y. Johnson?
When the decision was taken by this fellow,
Cooper Miller.
by Cooper Miller, we were still in a group of 22 men.
Okay.
At that time, Prince Johnson have not come. Prince Johnson came in a group of 47 men.
27, another group.
47
47.
men, yeah.
All right. But I can also see Asa Musa, you said, came and they changed him. But I can see from your testimony, every time when you all were in, because we have to find a rationale and put this, every time you all were in Tripoli, in Libya, and there was some problem, you all would come send for Mr. Taylor in Wakaduku, and you could always see that he would always try to placate or soften the group by taking the trouble person out or considering carrying them and replacing. That's how you became replaced. That's how they replaced Cooper and they made Asa Musa, and from Asa Musa they made you, right?
Yeah, right.
And this Robert Wensley,
yeah.
he was the one who they had posted to kill you in Libya.
Yeah, under the bridge.
Yeah, so what happened to him? Did he, Taylor took him to Wakaduku or handle him to court martial?
No, I was now the lawyer, only the lawyer person. There are other people more lawyer than me with Taylor. We have other people too who really stood by Taylor, who Taylor knew.
I'm asking about Robert Wensley.
Robert Wensley, no,
What happened with him?
He died in the war.
Yeah, but he arrived in Liberia?
He arrived in Liberia, he died in Campley.
All right, yes, because that was left or wanted to find out.
Yeah, no, he died in Campley.
And that he took you. Now, I want to refer to, you became president in August 2003?
Yes.
All right.
Chairman. Commissioner.
I just want confirmation. When Mr. Blatt, you became president, you said, quote, "Let the nation begin to heal. Let all of us unite as one people and work to peace." How do you feel now after being former president? Do you feel the same way to you? Is this you're still feeling about the nation uniting, work towards peace, or how do you feel now?
Yes, I still maintain my position as one peace return to this country. Let's unite ourselves and build our country at good people.
Okay, and because for history, the president Kofu of Ghana was then the head of AU, who was turning over to South Africa, and they witnessed the ceremony, right?
Yes.
The swearing in of the 22nd president of Liberia.
Yeah.
And he did say that he will be president until October 2003. Yeah. So that it was confirmed then that you were supposed to be president up until 2003,
yes.
October. Do you also confirm, because President Kufuor said on that day, quote, "Today's ceremony marks the end of an era in Liberia. It is our expectation that today the war in Liberia has ended." So then, could we say, do you confirm that the war ended on that day? Because it is a historical statement that he said today the war in Liberia has ended, and South Africa President Thabo Mbeki also made it. It is indeed a shameful thing that as Africans we have killed ourselves for such a long time. It is indeed time that this war should come to an end. After being in the unquote from 1985, you were 38 years old when you started the war. Yeah. I mean, to be part of this for objective.
Yeah.
And the objective was to remove Doe.
Yes.
Doe was removed September 1990.
Yeah.
But the war continued. And from what we see, it almost ended on that day, according to these people. If you had to do it again, or as a former leader of Liberia, someone who not just rose to the highest status or position in this country, and if you had to say to the Liberians, because World War II was fought with weapons, but there are people who came here like Alahaji Kroma and the rest of them who became part of this war. We found out with this guerrilla war, there were lots of propaganda, most time lying, telling the Liberian people you displaced doing this thing when it was just talk. What lesson or what can you tell us for history for the Liberian young people, the older one, and why? Because you gave a reason why you went to war. And you saw many times you were whipped, you were lied, they almost killed you. So what can you say to us for history?
Well, for history, I set an example becoming president for 3 months, only a black African leader to step down as a president willingly within 3 months. And I have the capacity to make war. I have guns, I have soldiers, I have everything that I could fight with. But then, because I wanted peace, we have killed ourselves. And we should do away with this conquer native country. And if we stop, it didn't stop. And don't call each other native man, because my name is not Johnson, my name is Yakpauro, and this man is Anderson, Jefferson, Williamson, and we all call ourselves Liberians. I think we'll go forward. We will go forward. Because if I'm Yakpauro, I'm a Liberian. If you are Williamson, you are a Liberian. So if we just unite ourselves and forget about these names, like that man cannot marry my daughter because you're a countryman, this other man cannot marry my daughter because you're a native man, you're a conquer man. If we stop these things, I think we have a beautiful country to live in.
Yes, but I asked,
yes,
from 85, okay, you were trained. Even during the training, you can see there were hatred, there were lies on each other, not just on Congo men among yourselves. So we could even see that the objective was to kill Doe. But you can see that although NPFL started, whether Mr. Taylor started, when Prince Johnson came here, he claimed, he even bypassed and came before. So we can see that there was some split and thing, unless he's not telling the truth, but you all were there. And he could claim that, well, the Gio people and Mano people were so hurt from what Doe allegedly to kill him. Well, the Gio people and Mano can get the claim because indeed Doe was killed by, I don't know, Prince Johnson is Gio or Himano, but he was killed from someone from Nimba. So whatever they objected, it was established. But from 1990, we had war, the war continued. More splinter groups. So that's why I want, you talk about when you became president, how you turned over for 3 months, when you had army. I'm talking about when the objective was to kill Doe. Doe was killed 1990. Why then it took 1997, we had election. So we took 7 more years. Equivalent to what was the Day-Gola War. That was not the first war that took so long. History showed that the Day-Gola War was fought for about 7 years too in this country. So why then, that if the mission was only to kill Doe, as you reflect now, why it took 7 more years that we fought and there were wanton destruction of life, property, and things? So this is the advice I need from you.
Well, what I was trying to tell you here is that when I was in the driver's seat, I heard the state of this country. At that moment, I considered the war finished, because that's the pronouncement I made, that I'm stepping down today as president of this country. I do not want war as president of this country anymore. Let us unite ourselves and build our country. What had happened in the past, and you are trying to mention to me,
yes.
There was another driver in his own seat, and he has his own direction. But I'm only referring...
Who was that driver that had no direction?
I know, I said he has a direction. He has his own mind, the way he drove the country. But I'm talking about my 3 months, our president for. So from that day, I became president of this country. I said, no more war. I joined in arms and ammunition willingly before ECOMOG would only request disarmament from me, because I said no more war for Liberia. Let's bring peace to this country.
Thank you.
Those things that I mentioned, if we stop these things, thinking that you got more money, I don't have, I'm a poor man. I'm poor, I'm a Liberian. You got money, you are a Liberian. You conquer, you are a Liberian. You Gio, you Yakbaro, you are a Liberian. So if we could just pull away these things, I'm not talking about the past. That what brought the war, that what brought the fighting. That was the period that God designated for that kind of thing to happen. It has passed. Since we are disarmed in this country, please let peace prevail. Let us live here as very peaceful people and unite ourselves. No more segregation because you conquer, because you give, because you rich, because you poor. Everywhere in the world there's poor people, there are rich people. You cannot do without those things. So that's why I'm saying in short that this I'm talking for myself from my time as a driver in the driver's seat. And I was president for 3 months.
All right.
And within the 3 months, Commissioner, please let me land. The 3 months I was president for, I tried my best to bring peace to this country. This is why I have to set an example for the African people to see you can become a president and become an ordinary person. I drive my cars around. You can see me in town. I go to the supermarket. I go with my children everywhere I go. Now, so if you are a president of this country tomorrow, please do not hold on, because people will be aggravated. You are president for long, they are tired with you, then go. So these are some of the things, though, we have to. You are a historian. You know what will bring peace to this country. Like when the people are tired, you tired, okay, bye-bye, I'm gone. Another president come, maybe he must do better than you. So if these things are done in this country, we have peace here forever.
Yeah, some have said Liberia was founded as a conflict nation. From any time you look at it, whether before those who came, we had tribal wars. When those who came to establish a country, a nation, a sovereign nation, to be among the community of nations in the world, the way it was founded, a conflict. So, and we've been having conflict. So, even that period now that you're saying, after they killed Doe, and for the 7 years, because for the 7 years, there was still conflict, conflict in the country. So this country has been just building and going on with conflict. So that was the period, as you saying, that was destined by God for conflict to come into this country. Because you said it continued what is time by God. But when you came the 3 months, you had tried to establish peace and maintain peace. Of course, it's known that you're a very unassuming man who drives your car and a peaceful, quiet person. But still within those 7 years, although there was a driver in the seat, but the driver had a lot of passengers in the seat driving the car.
Yes,
So at one time, some could say, please halt. I want to get down. This is the place that I'm coming to. Or this car was driving so much that one could not stop. You know, that's what we're saying. I'm trying to say, ask you.
Okay, Commissioner.
So you are driving, you are in the seat, you are in one of the seats with the driver driving. So why you didn't say stop, I want to get down at this point?
Let me tell you, Commissioner, I will tell you what happened to me. I will come to your question. But let me tell you, before I stepped down as president, I got a lot of advices from some very high people in my government to say, no, do not step down. Because if you step down, you will suffer, you will not have your benefit, you will be nothing, people will not respect you, and which I might say, okay, happening, and what. But then I said, no, I have made my decision to step down as president of this country. Not that there are some drivers, a high-headed driver. For protected drivers in town, you can see some driving, and you say, slow down. You say, you know how long I've been driving for?
Yeah.
You call me a captain from a car. Now there are some drivers who are high-headed, so it's a difficult things to do that you are mentioning to me.
Yes.
So now there are some drivers who can really understand.
Yeah.
Like Moses Blas sitting here. People told me to hold on. I said, no, I cannot. I'm tired. Let the next person come and become president of this country.
All right. In June 2003, when they alleged that the United States had issued that rumor that they say when Taylor was out of the country, the people talked to you to take over, and when Taylor returned, you were arrested and on house arrest for 10 days, but you were subsequently reinstated as vice president. Was it really 10 days, or it was 1 day or 2 days? But before you answer that, you said that the incident was a misunderstanding between you and Taylor and was clear. But at that time, you said, and this is the question I really want, you said, besides not being an ambitious person, I'm quoting Blair now, besides not being an ambitious person, I will never betray President Taylor. He is my revolutionary brother. We have come a long way. So, did you say that?
Yes.
So, do you confirm up to now, you know, that you still maintain that you have come a long way and that you will never betray him?
No, I have no cause to betray anybody.
Okay.
There's a fact that I cannot betray anybody. I'm a God-fearing person.
Thank you very much. I have no other question.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to the TRC, and thank you for throwing some lights on some other aspect of our conflict period.
Thank you.
I would like to take you back to Maryland County. The other commissioner asked about what happened in Maryland. We went to Maryland. Witnesses came before the commission to testify about the looting of the vehicles, which we have confirmed today. But another information came out, which says a witness testified that they were in the hospital. You asked them to go and open the container. Can you comment on that? On their sick bed.
This is another blinking lie. Look, you might not know how NPFL operate. If I'm in Kipamas at the time as Inspector General, and I also became superintendent of that county, that one thing I failed to mention, I was not just Inspector General. I was in Kipamas when the people elected me as commissioner. They say, as superintendent of the county. So you could imagine how powerful I was to go to one segment for key to open from sick bed to open where. Nobody brought key to that. I bust the thing open for security reason. I told the security, please, the container has been here for long. Let us see what is in this container. And we burst open when we discovered the 2 jeeps, and which were reported to the commander-in-chief. He asked me to use them. I didn't take anybody from sick bed. There's a blinking lie. I bust the thing open myself and did not contact anybody. So the story of, I read that in the newspaper too. And I challenged those kind of people to face me. I got a newspaper here.
Okay, I would like to take you back again to when the former President Taylor came to Liberia from a visit in Ghana.
Yeah.
You said you were invited to his house where they have full cabinet meeting. And then on, you were arrested and carried by Yeaten. Your wife went there to, assure you that nothing will happen to you.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of rumors as to what really happened. And now that the TRC is here to find out the truth as to what really happened, could you share with us what happened to you that day?
Yeah, good. Well, as I said earlier again today, my wife has gone to Ghana with the president, with President Taylor. And
we're actually talking about after the arrest. You've been detained within that 10 days. What happened?
Oh, okay, within the 10 days. I've been arrested already.
Yes.
Okay. Within the 10 days, 11 days, let me be exact. I was being detained for 11 days. And I don't know what was happening outside while I was detained. I was detained, and one afternoon, my wife kept coming and bringing me food and praying with me and say, well, God willing, you will survive. Nothing will happen. I know how honest you are. You don't have the mind to kill anybody, which is true. And I know within myself that is true. What brought me to jail, I have to come back a little bit again to refresh you too. What happened was the whole information, misunderstanding, I said, is true. What I call it misunderstanding was the American did not call for being to overthrow. They wanted to know whether their safety is guaranteed while Taylor was over here. And I told them, yes, you are safe, I'm all here, security is all right. And that's the information he got, I don't know from where. And it was Benjamin Yeaten who invited me to Taylor. The call did not come directly from Charles Taylor. The telephone call came from Benjamin Yeaten that President Taylor wants to see you. After we met already at the airport, we shook hands, we walked, and he said, we are not meeting until tomorrow. So when I came home, with my wife's luggages in my car, and when that call came, so I got confused, because the man told me already that he was going to see me the next day. So when I went to where I was arrested, I saw a full cabinet. Said, you want to overthrow my government? I said, no. And I explained what I said to you just now, that there was a telephone call from the charges affair at the American Embassy for their own safety and security. What happens? The notorious ATU are roaming around, and for tonight, if the president does not come, what happened to us? That from the American Embassy. And I said, I'm out here as vice president, I will not be in my compound, and the SS director, who is in charge of security, Benjamin Yeaten, is also out there. They say, you lied to me, I'll take the man from here. Then I went to jail for the 11 days. And I was there, my wife was praying with me, I was praying for myself. Until one afternoon, I saw my wife coming with a white gown, and said that you are needed at the executive mansion. The people of Nimba are there. Some commissioners here were there too. And they went there, and then some commissioners from Nimba were there. So, Taylor explained He was in Ghana, he got information that I wanted to overthrow. Then they wanted me to say, like you are doing to me now. They said, but what happened? You let the president, the vice president speak. So I said, no, I never planned coup. I said, while the president was away, the charge the affair of the American embassy called. They were concerned about their security. And I guaranteed them that I am here and Benjamin Yeaten here, I will be out. Don't be afraid of these ATU boys. They will not come close to your embassy. That's all we discussed. And that's exactly what I said in the meeting there at the executive mansion. And President Taylor whipped, he cried, myself cried. Everybody cried because I was in jail. I cried what I did today because I was jailed for nothing. I was disgraced for nothing. Before a cause. And he said, oh, you will be reinstated. The people from Nimba said, look. And there was a parable from a man from Nimba. So we in the period of the 11 days I was in jail for. So Emmanuel Blazer, the former Chief Justice of Liberia, everybody thought the commission and all talk. They didn't want me to be harmed or to be hurt. They told President Taylor, no, you cannot do this to our son. This matter, we should look into it properly. Because I have not been to court. Nobody has investigated me as vice president of this country. Nobody can just grab you and say you made coup and you will be executed for that. So in this light, I told the president that I am not in a coup to overthrow you. Then Blazer said, I gave you a parable, President Taylor. There was a man with a goat, and the man loves a goat so much, and he had a pot, the clay pot, the people didn't cook inside in the village. He said the goat was looking for food, and he put his head in the pot, and his head got stuck. So when the man came, he loved the pot, and he loved the goat. He said, but what should be done with this goat? Now if I hit the goat, my pot will bust. So he said, till I will just stop that far. Here your goat, here your pot. So you can take all what you decide to do with them. So he stood up for a long time. He said, well now, I can't understand. So the woman too said, I cannot understand too. Here your Moses Blah, being your inspector general, being your ambassador, being your vice president. You gotta go there. Yeah, you part there, you love your job as president too. So you gotta go, you gotta part, what will you do? That I got free that day. He said, oh, no way. You will be reinstated and you go back as vice president of Liberia. That's how the case ended.
There were information in the public concerning that detention period. And knowing that the TRC actually wants to find out what really happened, besides the illegal detention, were there any torture?
Well, the torture was not physical. I had mental torture. All night I didn't sleep in peace. You know, when you've been detained for such a thing and the people of foreign, fighting foes by your window and making all kind of pronouncement. We are taking Vice President to Rarafi Highway tonight. Oh, the Vice President going far. He might not come back again. These Leone boys, dancing around your window. Where they had me now. So that was more than torture, doing something physically. But mentally I was tortured. I was like a crazy person. I didn't know myself. Even for the first night, I thought I was not going to make it. But when my wife came and prayed with me and gave me some encouragement, she said, don't be afraid of death. You are a Christian. And I took her word for real. And I prayed with her, and she left. I was tortured. Mentally, I was tortured.
During the same time, Isaac V. and John Yomi was arrested.
Yes.
Could you tell us?
This is another story. Difficult to tell. I was arrested on another occasion. I was arrested first and taken to jail. I didn't know whether people had been arrested after me who they were and what happened, except for my 5 bodyguards that went with me. They were all arrested. And by midnight, I heard one of my bodyguards crying in a pickup. So I said, my God, that was another torture again. No, they were taking them away. And he was crying, calling my name. So they took them, they went. I couldn't sleep. So I wonder why they took these boys to. So they went. But in the morning, what happened? Very early that morning, one of the bodyguards, before my wife could come, one of the bodyguards from the executive mansion from Taylor, he's from my mother's home. He's my first cousin. He quietly came in, he had rapport with the soldier people on guard. He said, hey God, I'm praying if you will live. I said, what happened? He said, last night they brought John Yomi them and they carried them in the mansion. The way they brought them back outside, the condition that the first time I knew they were being arrested. So I said, what are they carrying them? He said they brought them as if they were staying in a pickup, because as if they were not concerned with this thing. He said as they had gone to escort John Yomi, because they were together when the president called for John Yomi. But the way they brought Aze in with blood all in his eye, they brought John Yomi. So they say he had seen the devil, they will not let him go. He came to me quiet, said, the thing I'm talking, don't tell anybody because they will kill me. So I said, no. Then I became never, my first time to know that they are taking some people away and to kill them. So when my wife came, I began to cry. She said, why are you crying? When I told her, I said, I didn't want to tell you. You said last night, as a very wife, and John Yomi wife came to me to ask if you could intervene. But I told them also that you were in jail. You have been arrested too. He said, I didn't want to tell you, but I tell you, you feel bad. That's why I'm keeping it from you. But since they took them last time, nobody knows where they took them from. That's why I came this morning to check whether you are still here. So that the time my wife became desperate and went to Benjamin Yeaten. It was raining. He said, Benjamin, please get me to President Taylor. Because I'm not satisfied with what my husband is. If he had committed a crime against the state, take him to court. So Benjamin brought a seat and told my wife to sit down. She sat in the ring. She said, I was sitting in the ring. And I'm sitting in no chair. What I came here for is to release my husband. I didn't come to sit down in any chair. So Benjamin wanted to run. So he grabbed Benjamin by his clothes. So to walk and climb Taylor Hill was very steep hill. So she was there fighting with Benjamin. So Benjamin said, let go. When they went, Benjamin let her outside, went in and said, Moses, black wife here, Hamburg me. So Taylor said, let her come. That the first time my wife to face Taylor. So my wife had the same statement I just told you. Say, well, if my wife, President Taylor, if my husband has committed a crime, please let him go to court. We cannot keep him indefinitely. He's sitting down there. This man is a sick man. He has a cardio problem. And his medicine is not there. That one Taylor said, no. What I would do, I want to send him to Habe to go to hospital. Then my wife said, no, he cannot go to Habe. He has his medicine with him. He wants a special drug. He cannot go to Habe. So that's the situation. That I know that people after me were also arrested and killed.
Now you finished?
But you know what coming. But then another issue that came up was that when Yomi's wife and this their wife went to my wife to go, my wife asked that we all should go to Benjamin Yeaten. That night they did not go. Maybe they were afraid. But she said she's not drawing back until I get out of jail. Because they had me there for nothing. And when I got free, one thing I want to make it clear, so you will know. This commissioner was there. Then Taylor himself said we arrested these people for various reasons. Then Taylor told me earlier when I was facing my investigation with him that I was arrested for talking to the Americans on phone. He said Yomi, he didn't mention Vay, because he himself didn't know that Vay had been arrested. He only Yomi he mentioned. He said Yomi, he was involved in all kinds of things, and people were bringing guns from Cote d'Ivoire, involved at the border. There were separate things we were arrested for. They were not arrested for me or being my follower, nothing. And these people have not been to American embassy. Myself, I have not been to American embassy. It was telephone conversation I had with the Charges Affair of the American embassy. And I said it opened a while till I was living and standing there. That did not play cool.
So you said Yomi was arrested for bringing arms and Vay?
Yeah, to Liberia.
So what was Azeve crime?
Azeve, no. He did not mention Azeve. And they boy who came and told me the story, and the security boy I told you about. When he came to my cell, he said Azeve was in a car, in his car, waiting for his friend Yomi inside while he was facing the investigation with Taylor. So I didn't know what Azeve was charged for. I wouldn't know. Because I was in trouble too, in tears, thinking I would die the next day, I would die in an hour also.
You said you were the Adjutant General for NPFL and was responsible for training. Is that correct?
Yeah. I was responsible for records.
For record?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were among the 22 men that were initially trained in Libya.
Yeah, right.
You had an agreement with Taylor that whenever he became president, somebody from in the special force would be the vice president.
Yeah, be the second in command.
Would be the second in command.
Yes.
So it means that you have some common understanding. Is that correct?
Yeah. Even when the group became bigger, and we were about 168 or 58 men, and he repeated his statement. And then when he said, if he kill an elephant, if a hunter kill an elephant, and he take the head alone and get the body to the other hunters, that wouldn't be good for the hunters? We say yes. So it means that he will only be the head. The body of this elephant should be divided among us.
Okay. Yeah. Now with that information, this is a follow-up question to what the commissioners are asking you. Were there any point in time where you or any member of the special force talked to former President Taylor that now that President Doe is dead, let's stop this war?
Well, I will tell you in a sense that you don't have to tell President Taylor that. That's a dangerous thing you are talking there. You will be called coward, you will be called all kinds of names. And as I'm sitting down here, if you see my name along there, I used to run from war, I'm a scary man, I'm a this, I won't mind that. I won't mind that. If you know what NPFL is, you will know all of that. Let me tell you one instance. I would say this one, for the public to hear what has happened. One Minister of Justice, Vama, had come to me as Vice President on one occasion. At that time, the war was as far as Fanjama. He said, look, tell her that you're a friend, that you chief, but is your friend. Please let go and talk to him. Let's see, those boys are in Fanjama. I can go to Fanjama, I can talk to them. Then we can reach to a common understanding and see how we can stop this thing. It came about 2 or 3 days. I said, okay, let's go. One afternoon, when he was in his office, in our White Flower, and we went up there and we greeted him. We sat down, he gave seat. So he said, what's wrong, gentlemen? So we just came to see you this afternoon. So Minister Vama said, Chief, I came to tell you something. I can talk to these boys in Vanjama. I think the war can stop. We can send some delegation so we can see what we stop. He said, you, Vama, That you put a team and vice president here and you're coming here to talk kind of nonsense to me? Huh? That you put the nonsense in it was not 1 week when Varman got dismissed from Justice Ministry. You listen to that? Then I will go and tell who to start what. It was not possible. It was not
As
possible.
Adjutant General of NPFL, so were you protecting your job or?
I was not protecting my job, protecting my life.
So as Adjutant General of NPFL, what can you tell us about the training or recruitment of training that went on in the various NPFL control area, especially in regards to children, because they have a special unit called the Small Boy Unit?
No, when we came to Liberia, I think we were talking about Libya now. When I was in Libya, I was Adjutant General responsible for training. Then when we came to Liberia, my job changed to Inspector General to control all crimes being committed against persons. And I was also transferred to Kipamas to be in charge of the Southeastern region. So that when small boy now, big male, woman, all came into training. That was different operation now with different people. I was Inspector General now. People who committing crime are running after them, you know, and that's that.
But as Inspector General then, did you see small children fighting along with NPFL?
Oh, that was a lot of small people fighting. Small children, small boy unit arrested me on 2 occasions entering Banga in the night. I was supposed to stay in my car until day, and they stopped me. They would not stop arresting anybody with NPFL. If you were there at the time, as any big person, you will be arrested by a small boy unit. Once they got their order from the top, you will be arrested. And such, too.
Will you comment on the killing of the 6 Senegalese soldiers that were captured in Vaon and taken to Banga?
No, I was in Kipamas. I knew that some Senegalese soldier died. I heard that. But it was not close to my assigned area at the time. That was happening here in Lofa. And you could imagine how far Lofa is from Maryland.
The command structure of NPFL.
Yeah.
Can you comment on that?
Yeah, we have various units in NPFL, and the way they were arranged is in a way that if you are from the artillery unit, the Marine Division will not take an order from you. If you are from Jungle Fire, you're not taking order from the Marine unit. It means that everybody report to the commander-in-chief. So nobody taking order from anybody. So that, he did that for security reason. I might not say, I'm not talking for him. So you can have a group of men with arms and say you can give order to do anything to anybody. So everybody takes order directly from the commander-in-chief.
As Inspector General.
Yeah.
So which battalion you have control over? Which area? Did you visit the areas NPFL control at the time to see what was going on since you are responsible for crimes?
No, I have not controlled any battalion. What my job was, specification, is that I have a patrol and I see a group of armed men traveling from point to point trying to loot or go anywhere. While I do, I stop your car, you show me the pass. Where are you going? I'm going to Hapo or I'm going to Zwedru. What's your mission in Zwedru? If the pass is not satisfactory to me, I will have to back your vehicle, go to Banga. You cannot come here because you're not authorized to come here. So I never had battalion. No, I never control any foot soldier to fight.
But you visited areas?
Of course. I face that area, I go to sign no. When there's confusion, people will loot and report will come to me, and I will go and arrest anybody and send you to Banga. If it is serious, and I send you to Banga. But now in control of any group of soldiers fighting for the battalion, even a company size, no.
Coming back to the children that were fighting along with NPFL, what do you think in terms of age, the youngest child that was recruited?
The children were very small. We were not looking at the age group because I saw children at some checkpoints very, very small, from 12 years to 16, from 10 years old. You can see the gun, the AK-47 rifle dragging on the ground. Like this man who just brought a complaint, which photo I have in the newspaper, one Deble, when he was with his father, he was nobody to fight. He was just a little boy dragging the AK-47 behind his father. Until the father was arrested one time for looting somebody, and he was flogged unmercifully. I think they broke his arm. You see, so, I mean, that's the kind of man who calling himself general and say that you general, you saw wow in this paper here. But I think it's good that I face this kind of man and tell him who he is, or who he was at the time. So these small people, they were just, everybody had a small boy unit. They were not trained by one special group. People go into a place, they be captured anywhere, you see small children, and some people take, no, I'm a small boy unit, I'm a small boy unit. They organize their own group and had these small but unreasonable people. I think people choose to use them at the time because they are very unreasonable.
What do you know about the death of Sam Bockarie?
Well, Sam Bockarie death, that what took me to the Hague. Sam Bockarie, one evening passed by my village with a group of soldiers headed by Benjamin Yeaten, and I stopped them, and I didn't stop them, in fact. My security people stopped the vehicles, a big convoy vehicle, rear armed with heavy weapons, entering my town. I'm from Towa town, and the town Benjamin Yeaten is friends at the back to the Côte d'Ivoire border. So we were almost falling asleep, and the car was stopped, and my security people came and said, well, there's a very big convoy of car coming towards the town. Then one of my bodyguards saw Benjamin. Benjamin didn't want to show up. Maybe they wanted to pass. But when he saw my men, I discovered him, that Benjamin was in the car. He said, oh, what the chief is here? The chief is over to his house. So my boys came and knocked on my door. And Benjamin almost standing behind him. I said, oh, Director, where are you going? He said, we are going on patrol. And we are going to Butuo, and we are passing through Butuo, and we will go back to Ganta. So I said, no, I have some food here. My sister there cook, and we have enough food. You eat something before you pass. Then he didn't hesitate. I gave them food, a bottle of whiskey, or him and cover, in my village, I gave them a whiskey, and they sat down and ate. And I saw Sam Bockarie. I saw Sam Bockarie wife, Benjamin wife, and a lady that I cannot remember seeing, the black dog, young girl. I gave them seed and gave them food, they ate. And after eating, they told me they were gone. They are leaving. They were going. So I said, I wish you safe journey. He said, okay. And the patrol group, as he said, they were going for patrol. But later, in the night, almost day, that when one of his bodyguards came 4 or 5 years ago, I passed, Then the bodyguard king they stop him and people stop the car. Because I had checkpoints. When Benjamin had just brought a group of soldiers, everybody a little bit scared. So the boy called one of my boy, he's here now, he's here. So he told the boy, say, look, we went on operation, but the operation Lola is not correct. So he came, he said, what kind of operation? He's very close friend to one of my bodyguards. So he came, he said, okay. He said, go tell your chief. So he came, he woke me up, he knocked at the door, he said, Benjamin then went somewhere, nothing they not do. You will see Benjamin here, and he come back, maybe something will happen. So I said, let go. Let leave. So we took off that morning. We drove. You might not know the area I'm talking about, so it will be difficult. We took the by road from our town. We passed through Bar, we came to Seclepier, and we drove straight to a place called Flompa. And we went to the school building, and we hid ourselves in the bush. Very far distance. I drove myself that night. We were there, car were passing. So the last vehicle was intercepted with one of my bodyguards. He's not in the country now, Nyamanya. He wanted to have confusion with them. So somebody went and said, no, Benjamin, don't make confusion with anybody. Nyamanya. So Nyamanya, they didn't talk much. They left. So when we saw daylight, I came out of the place where I was sitting and said, John, let go. Let go straight Monrovia. We drove, coming to Ganta, and we turned left to a place called Sawmill Camp. Then we saw another heavy robber, black, security men on post. They stopped my vehicles. So I opened the car. I said, what happened? What going on here? They said, no, chief is sitting right here. He said, when you come, you must stop. He won't talk to you. So I banged in with my man. And when he was sitting there, leaning back with first shirt, he was blowing himself. So I said, Director, how you doing? He said, man, we went on a small mission, man. The mission was successful. So I said, what kind of mission? He said, look, in our pickup. When I went closer to the pickup, I saw Sam Bockarie with a military jacket that was on him, lying flat on his back, dead, and a beheaded man, only his neck, his head was there, and his butt on the other side. I stood alone, I said, okay. Then I came back and I said, Ben, I think I gotta go. I was talking to him when the pickup pull off with the body. He left and pull off. Then I said, Ben, I gotta go. I did not stop there. When I came to Monrovia, I went straight to White Flower. I went to ask the president. I said, Chief, how do you do so? He said, hello. I said, did you give quietly him? I said, we're only two. I said, did you give order to Ben to do? He said, what? I said, to kill Sam Bockarie. He said, no, hold it right there. He said, you are not a soldier. You are a vice president. It is a defense minister who is concerned with such a thing. Please, I cannot entertain that kind of query. You want to investigate me? I said, thank you, sir. I saluted, I got also, and I went my way. Later in the evening, then the defense minister came on the air, and he said Sam Bockarie was entering the country, and he was intercepted by fighting people, and he got killed in the struggle. He was forcing a way in Liberia by way of Ivory Coast, and the border guard people shot him. And that all I knew, right there. That today that you're asking me. Or in a Hague too. That what happened.
Thank you very much for that information.
Yeah.
And as Inspector General for NPFL, and who remained with NPFL up to 2000, became Vice President, then President of Liberia.
Yeah.
looking at the conflicts in terms of, and then who were responsible for crime, ensuring that the crime was not committed. Knowing NPFL and listening to witnesses in all the various counties, it's clear that human rights violation was committed in all the counties.
Yes.
Do you share responsibility?
Well, if I'm involved in such a matter as you putting it, we were arresting, sending people to Ganta, we were writing Banga, and writing reports on most of these things. If I show you some records, if it's needed here, I'll bring you a whole cartoon of records. So we were fighting crime at the time. But for personally, the one I said, my role was very difficult. I was not a full soldier. So I didn't have gun to at least directly shoot anybody. So I was arresting people, and when you put up resistance, maybe we fight and tie people, or going from town to town, village to village. That's what we did. But being a member of the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, I would say I've shared the responsibility because I'm part of the group. One of the original founders of NPFL. So what NPFL did, directly or indirectly, I cannot exempt myself from it because I'm part of the group.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Mr. Witness, good afternoon. My name is Commissioner Marzah A. Washington. I thank you again for coming to the Commission. My first question is a follow-up question to one of my colleagues, Commissioner Sila's question. You spoke of Mr. Bockarie and how he met his end. What happened to his wife and children? It is alleged that when he crossed over into Liberia at that time, he brought his wife and children with him, allegedly seeking refuge. What happened to them?
But that's another thing. I won't be the one to tell you. I heard the same story, same rumor, that his wife and children were killed likewise.
And where did you hear these rumors? Within the NPFL or?
Yeah, within NPFL area, within Ganta, within Senegalese, within Monrovia, and at this time, President Taylor was already president of this country.
Okay. You knew Mr. Bockarie well. How many children did he have that were in Liberia?
No, I knew the man well, but I don't know his children. When I say know him well, Sam Bockarie came first into this country, and he was in a Jeep, in a Nissan patrol Jeep, and going down to Benjamin's house, where that was he was introduced to me by Benjamin Yeaten. This is Mr. Sam Bockarie, and Sam Bockarie is the vice president of Liberia. And I got to know him, that he was Sam Bockarie, the most talked about man from the RUF group.
You spoke about Mr. Benjamin Yeaten.
Yeah.
And I'm not too clear on the picture that has been created. What kind of man do you think, would you say he is?
Benjamin Yeaten, he's a little boy. When I was in Libya as Adjutant General, he even helped to wash my dirty clothes. And I used to have all the soldiers that want you to work for me, they work for me. But when he became bodyguard to President Taylor, and he grew so powerful that as I'm sitting down here, I almost saluted him, because the movement the man had, nobody could just control Benjamin Yeaten as easy as anybody. I don't care who you may be, besides Taylor. Taylor could be the only one to control Benjamin Yeaten, because he grew so big that at times when he entered the mansion now with arms, Taylor one time had order that he should stay off with some of the arms and walk to him. He became so, but he was a powerful boy, very, very powerful.
From your earlier description of him, you sounded like you feared him, or he was generally feared. Is it true?
He was generally feared. I fear him in a sense that when he was doing some things that a natural human being could not do, so I later became very, very afraid of him.
What were some of those unnatural things?
Unnatural things, they were killing your own wife, and we got Raymond again. Raymond said he killed his wife. He had sent his wife to Ghana with his children to go to school, and later the wife returned to request for more money, and he suspected that his wife was loving to one Lord commander, and other that woman, the woman was murdered in cold blood. And these are some of the information from the closer bodyguards to us. So I became scary, when I sing out to my God. They brought a bad boy because I had no cause to kill my wife. I would never, under no circumstances, I'll kill my wife. Even hurt her, I will not.
So then what do you know about Benjamin Yeaten's alleged involvement in the Mahé Breach massacre in Bong County?
The Roman says that he had put these soldiers in a car and said that they were going to pay them because these soldiers too were demanding pay. And everybody wanted a little stepping and they wanted money. And one day they put them in a car and they took them to Mahé and said, well, look, she said I should carry you also there where the money is. And they went there and everybody was dumped in the river and died.
Are you talking about the handicaps, those who were amputated or handicapped as a result of the war?
The handicapped as a result of war. These are the only people who embarrass any NPFL hierarchy. Once you're a big man in NPFL, the boys see you anywhere, they will stop you and they will demand for money.
Okay, so this group, it wasn't combat camp, they carried them to Mahé.
Yeah, carried them to the river. There's somewhere to Sankara river they took them to. That's a Roman now because...
Okay, the question I was asking concerning the Mahé River Breach involves some civilians. When we started the hearings in January, there were several civilians who testified to being victimized. Some of their relatives were killed, taken from parts of Bong County and taken to the Mahé River Breach, allegedly by Mr. Benjamin Yeaten and some of his fighters. So I was asking you specifically about that portion of it, but thank you for providing the information, the clarity on the ex-combatants, soldiers who were allegedly killed and carried to...
That's what I heard. That Roman I heard, yeah.
Okay. You stated also during one of the questions from my colleague that there were child soldiers fighting along with the NPFL as young as 10 years old, some of them. And then you said the force used the children because they were unreasonable.
Yeah.
Now, when you say unreasonable, what do you mean?
When I say unreasonable, because they were young and they got no reasoning. Now, I've been arrested by them before. They searched my vehicle, I entered Banga by night, and they didn't even know who I was. I was then Inspector General, and the guys ordered me down and said they must search the vehicle, and they did. And I knew they were acting unreasonable behavior, so I gave my way. I said, well, look, check your car, see any arm. I have my one AK with me. I have no weapons in the car. My bodyguards too presented theirs, and they inspected the car and we left. And they were not giving no courtesy whatever. This is why I said they were unreasonable. Because any reasonable person would never act to the man called Inspector General in an organization, in a military organization, and they had to search me in a way, like some ordinary passenger, on a car. And they did the inspection and I left.
So this means then that they could do anything, including they could be deadly.
Yeah.
How many of such child soldiers do you think the NPFL had?
It's difficult to know the numbers.
Give an estimate.
Because NPFL strength alone were more than 70,000 men. And we're talking about 70,000 men at different locations in this country. And everybody must have a 10 or 4 small boy soldiers with them. So it means a huge number.
So how many units did you have? How many units of child soldiers spread out throughout the country?
They were not in a unit, they were divided. Everybody's going to have a child soldier. So it's difficult to tell you the number offhand. That's why I said, NPFL have control almost 90% of Liberia. So it was just difficult to know. They were 30, they were 40, they were 50. 70,000 men, and you must have each group, each battalion have a 10, 5, 4 small soldier with them. It became a star that everybody must have a small boy unit.
And the small soldiers were assigned with the hierarchy of the NPFL?
Of course.
Including the ministers, civilian ministers, and...
No, not civilian minister. They were mostly with these military people.
Okay, with the military
people. Yeah.
Okay. So, even though you say you are not a military member,
I have small boy soldier with me.
You have, okay, thank you. I was going to ask a question.
I have one with me.
How old was he?
He was about 12, 13 years old.
Where is he now?
He's in school. He's with me now.
How old is he now?
He's about... I always think him to be small boy. And one time I said he was 23, and my wife said, "You crazy. This man is quite old to be about 40 years old." So he's with me right now as I'm speaking.
And when you talk him again, you said he was how many years old when he was assigned with you?
He was my case with a small boy. I got him from Kakata. His brother was shot by AFL soldier. They wanted to conscript people into the Liberian army. His brother refused, and he was shot. So when I came to Kakata, he was a lady, one of Taylor's bodyguard. And they guys said, "Well, look, I like this little boy, and I got no food here. Send your inspector general, you can take this boy." So when I put him in a car and went to Haber, so I introduced him to the president. I said, "Well, this is a boy whose brother was killed by AFL soldier. So I'm taking him to be my son, he will be with me." So I said, "Well, take you boy." And he's with me today. Okay. He got a woman, he got 4 children.
Was he when he was given to you, or when you took him, did he have to go through, did he train, were the small soldiers being trained? Did he carry arms when he was with you? Was he providing you security protection, or he was just tagging you?
He got trained here. He got trained in Monrovia. When Taylor became president, they have I've forgotten the unit. How they call them?
SSU.
The SSU, is that it?
SSU. Is it SSU?
SSU.
They are SSU, I think. That when he trained, he went to the Short-Fleet military base, and he graduated from there. That one I took him to protect me.
Was Mr. Taylor assigned, or did he have small boys from the small boy unit assigned with him when he was the head of the NPFL?
Well, these boys that with Taylor now, you see them, they're so huge and big. They were all small boys. I didn't see no big persons.
But did they fit the definition of child soldiers? Were they?
Some were 15, 16, and some 18. And but they are all men and women now, so it's difficult to say.
You cited an example of the kind of power that Mr. Taylor had when you spoke of the Eddington Varman's situation, the then Justice Minister,
Yes.
and he was 1 week later fired because he tried to advise Mr. Taylor to end the war.
Yeah.
What kind of man would you say Mr. Taylor was when he was the NPFL leader?
Taylor, I must admit, Taylor, as I know him to be, Taylor is so free-handed. He gives money out to anybody when it's necessary. Taylor doesn't like to see anybody close to him goes dirty. He a decent person. He likes to keep clean, and he has some good quality in him. He's a gentleman. But please do not play with his presidency. You will die. This is true. His power. He said, do not play with my Pepper Bush. I was his vice president. And most of the time, if I'm driving in town and there's a syringe and my police car is blowing, and some of the bodyguard will go and say, look, Moses Bly is blowing syringe in the town and look like he wants to become president. And I will be questioned for that. So as a result, I used to drive myself. I never care for bodyguard. I'm afraid that the commission, as I was protecting my job, I was protecting my life. I cut off the security. I cut off the police car. And I used to drive and go, no sound, no sorry, nothing. Because I'm afraid to be questioned. I used to live above confrontation. So that was our coward. This Moses Bly, quiet man, he doesn't know better. I'm not a fool. A fool will become ambassador of a country 3 years, vice president 3 years, inspector general in foreign countries, up and down. So I'm not a fool, but I'd like to live above confrontation. I'm not a fool.
Mr. Witness, you spoke about the NPFL, and as you also one of the original members of the NPFL as Special Forces.
Yeah.
How would you describe the NPFL?
Well, NPFL were organized in Libya to come and remove the government of Samuel Kanye Do for a purpose, because the people of Nimba County was maltreated, all kinds of things happened, and they wanted this man to be removed and have a government that would be acceptable to all the people of this country. So later, when the organization stayed so long and people changed their mentality, we came here as Special Forces. We were trained just for that. And then we have politicians coming into the organization, other people coming into the organization with different ideology. Then confusion started. That would led some of us to jail. Because I think Taylor with his own sound mind wouldn't just grab me and put me to jail, because we have worked together for a very long time. He respects me. He respected me. But then we have been mixed up with people, who have own idea, with their own intentions. Some people wanted to get rich. Some people wanted to do other things that, they were finding their way into the organization. That weakened the organization. So it led the organization into all kinds of things that happen in this country. So when it comes to Taylor is a decent person. But you got to be strong in such a position.
Okay. You spoke about your ambassadorial post in Libya.
Yeah.
As ambassador, what were some of the things you were doing? Because we heard that there were the issue of black money, that you were involved, or you and people working close to you were involved in black money. They call it PM?
No, this is a complete false. It could be the ambassador before me. I was the first ambassador. I told you I left Libya to come here to take my children when Enoch Dogolea died, and the President Taylor wanted me to stay to become vice president in his place. I was never involved in anything. This thing you are talking about, I heard it when I was here already, that the ambassador that was after me was involved, and they all came down, the ambassador, the first secretary, the staff. They are right now here in Monrovia today, and they never went back. But I was there, I left there because President Taylor wanted me to become vice president in place of Enoch Dogolea. But this thing, I heard it, and those people came and never went back, as I'm talking to you today.
Okay. You mentioning the late vice president under Mr. Taylor, Enoch Dogolea.
Yeah.
What really happened to him? There are all these stories around how he died. What do you know to be the truth concerning how he died?
That, to my knowledge, all I knew, Enoch Dogolea, the former vice president, was sick, and he was taken to Abidjan and died. And with one clarification, let me come into one story to you too. One time in Liberia, when I was vice president, I woke up in the morning, I was bleeding from my nose, everywhere, blood coming from my ears. And I was rushed to Ghana in a hospital. And I'm a cardio patient. And I took in more aspirin. So the doctor said the aspirin tinted your blood vessel. And it was, you were lucky it didn't go in your brains, you're going to die. But then I was in Ghana hospital when the press in Ghana came to interview me that I was beaten by Taylor, and they bust my hair and I was dying. So I told the press, no, I was not beaten by anybody. I got sick and I took the wrong drugs. That's what brought me here. I'm saying that so you would know how the Roman in this country can go. But what I know about Enoch has been my friend and brother. All I knew, Enoch was sick and he died. But beating him, not to my knowledge.
You spoke about the death of Mr. John Yome and also Isaac.
Yeah.
And the widow of Isaac, Mrs. Susanna Vey, testified here at the TRC hearings in January.
Yeah.
And she pleaded with the public and also the TRC passionately about information surrounding her husband's death. She's looking for closure. For example, she wants to know what really happened to her husband, how he was how he was killed, where is he buried, so that she may be able to close that chapter of her life. She mentioned you. She didn't accuse you of anything. She just said that she thought you knew more information that maybe you could share with the commission to help her solve the mystery about her husband's death. So can you just give us a little bit more detail, that is, if you know what really happened to Mr. Yome, specifically Mr. Isaac, how he died, who were those involved, where did they bury them?
If I tell you that I haven't heard, Madam Commissioner, on this matter, this is a matter I've heard, and sometimes people whisper to me that a woman has accused you, which is impossible. I was in jail, we were arrested the same night, and I've been detained. The information I've given on Yome now is that somebody, one of Taylor's bodyguards, had come to see me, having to be my cousins. He saw the condition of the people. He found a way to where I was detained, and he was very, very sorry. He was in sympathy with me, thinking that I might not live because of the way he saw the people treated Yome. But then his father said, Isaac was not involved. Isaac was in a pickup outside waiting for his friend Yome. He has taken Yome to his house to cook. They were cooking a soup that night. When somebody, some soldier from President Taylor, had gone to look for Yome, and the wife said, oh, Yome had gone to Isaac's house. Then the car drove to where the Isaac lives. So when they went there and Isaac wife went, Yomi wife said you go to Isaac woman and where they are. But she was a little bit maybe jealous and said maybe they're going to girlfriend or so. But they went exactly, they were cooking their soup. So the security man who went and said, oh, Yomi, the chief is calling for you, they wants to talk to you. But then, Isaac said he would not stay. Yomi didn't have a car with him that night. He said, well, let me take Yomi in my pickup. Isaac said, well, let me go take my friend. And when the chief finished talking to him, so I can be able to bring him back so we can drink our soup. I think that was his involvement. Because when I was questioned that night, when I was arrested, he said, Taylor said openly, that the people were all arrested for different purposes. I was arrested for talking to the Americans. If I had to die, just what I want to die for. And some people were trying to bring arms to Liberia through Cote d'Ivoire to overthrow the government. But nothing was said about Azeve. When Taylor was talking to me directly, he did not mention Azeve. He mentioned Yomi.
So the question here then is, what happened to Isaac? Did he just disappear from the face of the earth? Surely people within your organization must know the information.
Yeah, the people involved who knows but no.
Do you know anything at all?
But I was in jail, how will I know who took him?
Did you hear anything?
Yeah, people around town, people say he was in a pickup, and the security boy went to him and said, why are you doing a pickup? And those are rumors. And they pick up, they say, well, since you are seeing the devil, you cannot go. And they put Jamin with you and took them away. And even with me, when the people arrived at where they took them to Nimba. And when they were there, and some of my own friends who were in the group said, oh, we thought that the VP they bring in. Like VP waiting to execute, and you go bring different people. Some of my friends who I took them to be my friends, that's what they say there. Mm-hmm. But God in heaven knows. I'm not done anything.
So which part of Nimba they took them?
They said they took them to Ganta way by the railroad and what. That's what people are saying from time to time.
The name of any location?
No. No, I didn't go after that as you are saying. But if you check further, you will know because there was somebody sent. But I'm telling you that Benjamin Yeaten was the one who called me to tell her that night to be arrested. So he arrested me. So the wife supposed to know who went to call Yomi that night. Yomi didn't fly from the sky. They were to say who carried a jeep to take them that night. I think there were investigations to start from.
Who were those of your own friends that you talk about who have said they thought it was the VP they were waiting for, but then instead it wasn't the VP?
No, there were no special person. They person were in the dark, and they person say, oh, that VP. And the fellow may be afraid to name somebody to me. So you say, oh, some of your own friend against you. But I took that to be rumors, to be exact. He said, oh, the people say, oh, we thought a VP or bringing so we can zero him one time. He thought he know plenty. So
what do you know, what did you hear about Samuel Dokie and his family's death?
The same thing goes as rumors. Samuel Dokie vehicle was stopped in Kakata at the police station, Banga police station. And he was taken away by Benjamin Yeaten, according to rumors. And the next day they found him dead on Kokoya Road.
What did you hear, you as a person, as one of the...
Well, what I heard, they took them, the wife was killed, the driver was killed, Dokie's sister was killed, and another bodyguard was killed on Kokoya Road. That the explanation when people are telling rumors and we got no clue. I was not investigating the case, so and they said somebody were arrested. They said a man were arrested, and they said somebody responsible, and the person escaped and went to Ivory Coast, and So that it is. That's what I heard.
Okay, Mr. Witness, I'm asking you these questions.
Yeah.
We all heard rumors.
Yes.
But I'm asking you these questions against the background that, given your position in the organization at the time, you are
correct.
It is hoped that
Yes.
you will have certain information that who is considered an ordinary person, will not have.
You are correct,
So that's why I'm
Commissioner.
asking these questions.
Commissioner, you are correct.
Okay. You said repeatedly that you were never a foot soldier. You didn't go to war. There was no reason to fight, etc. I will ask you a very direct question.
Yes.
We need to clearly understand what happened here. Did you at any time kill anyone? Did you shoot anyone? Did you kill anyone? Did you hurt anyone? Did you loot any property? Did you order any men under your command to hurt anybody, rape any woman? Did you do any of these things? Directly or indirectly?
Yeah, that I cannot remember. I told you a man was shot in Ganta for looting the Lebanese, and they killed the Lebanese. Then I told you again by another man who was shot in Kipamas for taking cap off another person's head. And one of my fighters went and then shot the man. And I called Banga to let her know that this fella has taken killing somebody for nothing, for taking cap off his head. And he said that man must be investigated and prosecuted equally. So that person was killed. Honestly, I was there. And why you can't kill anybody? That man was shot. And another man with the Lebanese man in Ganta was also shot. And I was present.
Okay, were you the one who investigated them, or you were part of that investigation?
No, I was part of the team. I was Inspector General, and I got a report from the headquarters. I always report to the president what has happened in the field with such a serious crime that's involving human beings' life. And the man was shot. There was a board set up to investigate. And he himself admitted and that there were three. And they went and loot the man, and two of the fellows escaped through the windows. And he was waiting for daylight to go a little, he fell asleep. And he was there until day, and he was caught.
So you were never involved directly or indirectly in the killing of anybody,
No.
violation of anybody's human rights? None that you know?
Well, to my knowledge, to be involved with shooting, my soldier, maybe, it was, I had a small group with me, and they were always with me.
How many men do you remember?
The group I had was about, they were first a platoon, not platoon, a team, the 5 men, but later they came out to, I think, 9 or 10, and with me in a pickup, in a small car. Even at some time, they took some things from some people, or they were giving lift to people who had looted from people's property. And I got angry, and I shut the car tire to put those dirty mattresses down, and I said, they are my living witness. I said, if you loot people dirty things and put it in my car, I will not allow it. What is mattress that you cannot buy? You put people bloody things in my car. I never looted anyone. Or directly.
What do you know about Mr. Taylor's alleged involvement in the death of the former president of Burkina Faso, Thomas Sankara?
Well, that's what I said here. We went to Libya in groups. And in my group, we were 22 men group. When we passed through Ouagadougou, Thomas Sankara was still president of Ouagadougou. I don't know what happened with the 47-man group, 36-man group, 23-man group that were at the rear coming. Because when we returned from Libya and coming to Ouagadougou, Thomas Sankara had been executed and Blair was already president of Burkina Faso.
Well,
But then that happened when we were in Libya already. because we were the first 22 men to go. And by the time we passed through Ouagadougou, Thomas Sankara was president at that time. So with the grouping that follow me, they'll be able to explain better.
I would ask a general question here. You know, the TRC has been around the entire country, and we've been consulting with all Liberians.
Yeah.
And there were several persons, civilians, including women as well, from Gedeh County who we spoke with. Some of them gave statement.
Yeah.
And they describe the condition or the situation with the county when the war started. And one of them gave a description that I want to leave with you, that when the NPFL captured Gedeh County, one night, they set towns and villages ablaze, and when they ran out of their homes, the entire sky was red. My question here is, why was it necessary to, on a scale like that, target a county or civilians? Truly, not everybody there was soldier, and Gedeh is part of Liberia as well. Why was it necessary when the NPFL entered Gedeh County to go on a rampage like that?
That's another unfortunate situation you are talking about. I was not there. I was not along with the group that captured and burned. But I must admit that when I was passing through Gedeh, I saw some burned houses and some places were not burned. But some were actually burned along the roadside, which is true. And when the NPFL, I passed there at the time, and I must admit that happens. That really happens. But it was very difficult to hold. And then by the time, because some of these people who did it, but some died in the process, because they were exchanging fire too. There were soldiers there. And most of the brave commanders who were burning people's houses and then died in the process, because there were people in there with guns too. And many of them died. It was true that some places got burned. But then another thing happens. When the second war came, and the people of Gedeh to turn on Nimba, they did well too. They did a lot of burning. And one time I told some people in my town, they were crying. I said, well, this situation, like I do me, I do you, because they burned Gedeh too. And those boys who came with Model, they didn't play in Nimba. They burned other towns down and killed innocent people too. So it is good that this thing happened. TRC should know, and at least we say, well, let bygone be bygone to each other. So both sides burned. If you go to Tabata now, you see there was a house there before. People are building thatch, little huts and things everywhere along the roadside. That's the same thing with Gedeh.
My next question concerns the children of Nimba County. We keep hearing the story from everywhere repeatedly that there were about 100 or more children from Nimba County who were allegedly put in a well or taken away and killed during the early days of the war, when the war started, by fighters, by AFL soldiers.
Yeah.
What do you know about this incident, and what really happened to the children? How many children were there?
Me, to be particular, I heard this thing by rumors, and I saw people who were in the front line fighting, who saw the struck. Even some people, some women in Monrovia, I tried to inquire whether this information is correct, and some people told me it is correct, that these people brought these children. They even decided to share some of these children with people and say, look, you want child, come over, we'll give you one, I'll give you two. And the other rest, they had to dump it in the well, somewhere in the water. But some people actually took some away, and they said that was happening. I mean, it happens. It's true that it's happening. I would not say rumor, because 1 or 2 persons, 3 persons told me the story.
So who were some of these people at the time who did this, who were involved in taking these children away? And
Those are AFL soldiers, and some are living. They did all kinds of things to people here. This is why we mentioned that people while we went into exile and ended up into Libya, and that brought this war, that big things happened here. My first woman I ever married to got killed in the Lutheran church. Her 2 sisters, 4 children, her big brother, they all got burned, they died here. The woman, some people, some eyewitnesses that were in the Lutheran church, she cried all night. When somebody identified her, she was working at the executive mansion as secretary in Sankara's office. And one SS boy said, wow, this is Moses Blackworth, one of the rebels that are supposed to be coming here, according to their security information. The woman said, no, this man is not with me anymore. And she was talking the fact. We went to Libya and she didn't know where we were because I was not communicating with her. They butchered that woman all night. She bled to death or crying for water. One of my cousins was there. She hid in the ceiling. She living by now. She's in my village. She's called Bong.
what was the name of your
My
wife?
cousin, my wife is Viola Kanwen Blah.
The one who was killed in the Lutheran church?
Yeah, Viola Kanwen.
And the children, what happened to the children? You said she had children for you?
No, my daughter was staying with her. The children that were killed were her sister, 3 children. She died together with her children. And the very unfortunate thing that happened to her, she was in Bannersville. She had decided that night to come and cross into Kakata to me. Then she couldn't leave her sisters. So she will sleep tonight in the Lutheran church. Then tomorrow I will take my sisters and then we can go on to Kakata and find our way. It was the night the massacre happened. That's how she died.
Do you remember the name of her sister and if you knew the name of the children?
It will take time. I know the sister, the 2 sisters' name, but the children's name I cannot remember.
Can you give us the name of the sisters?
One is called Golon.
Can you repeat that again?
One is called Gorlon.
Oh, Golun. Okay. Her last name?
It's called...
Okay, if you don't remember today, can you, when you...
I will write the name.
Yes, and send it to us, to the TRC later, along with the children?
I will the names and everything, I will get the whole thing.
Okay.
The bigger brother is also here working at the Freeport. I will talk to him.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much, Mr. Witness. My name is Commissioner John Stewart. Can you, at the onset of the program, the chairman, in presenting you to this panel, made mention of your membership in the AFL. When were you in the AFL, and how long did you stay in the AFL? What was your last rank?
Oh, I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry. I didn't correct that when the chairman was talking. I was never in the AFL.
Okay, thank you very much.
No, never in the AFL.
Now, on the split in the NPFL with Prince Johnson,
Yeah.
what can you tell us about the split? What were the reasons that led to that split? And what part did you have to play, or what part did you play in it? On which side did you align yourself?
What happened with the split? As I said earlier, I was in Abidjan trying to see to bring some weapons. When I went, I didn't have money to pay for a truck, and I heard that Prince Johnson had broken away, and that when the Barclay fellow came and told Taylor that I have taken the arms and sent them over to Prince Johnson. So when I was calling for this investigation, that when I knew that Prince had broken away, he has his own group. So that nothing to my knowledge. What caused him to split, and I cannot say that.
Thank you. Now, if we should move a little further, as Inspector General of the NPFL,
Yeah.
and a top-ranking officer, what can you tell us about Operation Octopus? Who were the planners? Who were the strategists? And who were the main commanders in the field?
Well, when it comes to Octopus, I said I was in Kipamas. I almost became superintendent of Maryland County. So I was peeing down there. I knew Octopus was going on. I listened to radio. We have our communication. But not to my knowledge should tell you that I knew when they were playing, who were the commanders, who took over what, who participated. It was difficult for me to tell you.
So you had no part to play in that?
No, I was on the other side of Liberia, in the Southeastern region.
Okay, so what can you also tell us about the Carter Camp massacre? If you have any idea. The massacre at Carter Camp in Harbel.
No, that's the same. Carter Camp, I was in a hearing, our question with Carter Camp, and our question also about the Duporo massacre. No, I was in Kipamas.
So you don't know anything about those?
No.
Now, when you mentioned about your role in the NPFL, serving in the southeastern part of the country,
Yeah.
in the Maryland area,
Yeah.
specifically.
Yes.
Now, tell us, what do you know about the killing of the former superintendent of Maryland County, D.Y. Nair, and Roland Nair, and to the best of your recollection,
Yes.
who was Brooks Gonkanu?
Bruce Gonkanu was one of the commanders there. Previously, before I went and took over, Bruce Gonkanu was there, and one Geo Devil was there. And I think from the killing of this people, I went ordered to move into Kipamas immediately. When I went to Kipamas, that the incident has just occurred, and the people were all hanging on me to bring these people. So I said, no, they have been arrested and sent to Banga. And D.Y. Nair's wife used to come to me, and another daughter. And one of them I missed was son Lato. Son Lato was not his son there. He had gone there for a visit. He is the one caused all of this trouble. Son Lato, the same man I said that he killed some people in Grand Gedeh, in the administrative building. It is Saint Lato who had gone to Kipamas that night, according to what the people reported to me. He is the one who really instigated all this killing and hurting of this man on his eye. This is an old man who had a glasses on. Because I went to his house, when I took over as commander, I went to his house, I saw his wife, and we became friendly. They used to come to me.
So what did you do to prevent the actions of this Sam Lato?
Sam Lato was reported and sent to Banga. He was arrested. The other fellow too was tied on his back. It remained the back of a car from Kipamas to Monrovia. I sent them to Banga.
And what happened to Brooks Gonkanu?
Well, Bruce escaped and he ran. Bruce was not arrested by me, but he disappeared the scene because I all around looking for him. He has already gone to Banga. Then I called by radio to President Taylor that Bruce were already in Banga.
So Brooks Gonkanu was one of those responsible for the killing of Mr. Diwane and others.
No, the Diwane was not clear to me. What I said, our whole San Rato responsible, because the woman came to me, and the name that the woman called to me was San Lato, who had beaten the old man and busted glasses on the man's face.
So what kind of actions can you attribute to this Gonkanu Brooks? He did not commit any such atrocity, as you say.
No, I cannot say no, because they were there before me. Previously, they were commanders there. So why all they did there before I got there, I wouldn't say. Because I was ordered to arrest and send them.
Now, as Inspector General of the NPFL,
Yes.
especially in that area, were you aware that a lot of atrocities were being committed by NPFL forces in the area?
Yeah, on that name, Diwane incident, another woman, a pregnant woman, before I got there, another woman pregnant was killed across a river, someplace. Those that were reported to me.
Does the name of General Sumo ring a bell to you?
Yeah, good. He was also there. Good. He was also.
And Paul Doe, the late.
Paul V.
Paul Doe, not Vey.
Not V. Paul Doe. How not Paul Doe? No, can't remember that. I think he's from the area there. He's from Kipamos, I think.
But was Paul Vey active in that area?
Paul V went there lately. They went there and they were driven by the wall. And they all jumped on one old ship in Kingdom Morovia. So they were not very active there.
Now, you mentioned about the death of the former Vice President, Enoch Dogolea.
Yeah.
And you said that as far as you were concerned, the information that you have was that he was ill and he died from his illness.
Yes, that's what I heard.
Now, was this illness natural or was it induced? Did you hear anything about him being wrapped in the mattress and beaten at the farm of the former President Taylor?
Well, I heard this story, but when I came from Libya, I went to Firestone. The last place he was before taking to Abidjan was Dusa Hospital. I went to the hospital, not Dusa, to Habel Hospital. I went to Habel. He was not talking anymore, and he was just rolling and rolling and rolling. And I shed tears, being my friend, and he was not talking. Only the bodyguards around him and waiting for a plane for him to go. So I didn't check his body. I didn't see bruises to say he was beaten. And somebody didn't even pinch me to say, well, look, your brother, you were beaten so by this person. So nobody said that to me. But I met him. He was breathing. He wasn't talking. And he was taken to Abidjan.
But can you recall that during the night of his wake, his wife, while mourning and crying, openly said that there were people responsible for his death?
No, not to my knowledge.
You don't recall that?
No.
Now, you talk about the killing of Sam Bockarie and that you saw his body in and around somewhere in Nimba.
Yeah, Kokopa.
Kokopa.
Not Kokopa, Sawmill Camp.
In the vicinity of Kokopa.
Yeah, right.
Now, according to the information we have,
yes,
talking to many sources,
yes,
there were a lot of killings that went on in Kokopa. Were you aware of any of these killings that went on?
In that area, it is true that a lot of killing went on. There's a creek coming to Ganta, and where the other road, where the railroad bridge is to go to Ganta, and the other road going left. I drove there one day myself going to my village. I saw a body full of body in the water, and I felt very bad. And the place was, I had to wander my glasses from the car before I could pass there. And there were people assigned there, and they were checking people, looting and taking money from people. That's what I heard.
That was at Kokopa?
Yeah, not Kokopa, Sawmill Junction. CNC Camp Junction.
CNC camp.
Yeah, that was, a lot of people died there. That's true.
But we also understand that Kokopa was a staging area, that Benjamin Yeaten and others would come, they would stop, they would sleep, and there were operations, there were killings going on there. Were you not aware of any of this? Because I understand you are from Glodiala, are you?
Yeah, Glodiala.
That is not too far from the Kokopa area.
No, Glodiala is very far from Kokopa. When you talk about Glodiala, you're talking about beyond Tapeta.
Or beyond Tapeta?
Yeah, right.
Okay, but that Kokopa was a staging area. Who was the officer in charge of the Kokopa plantations?
Kokopa never had a
Who was the superintendent of the plantation?
The superintendent was Harrison Kamwe.
Was Harrison Kamwe aware that killings were going on in his assigned area, that such things were happening?
This I wouldn't say, but one time Kamwe told me that one of his brothers got killed there too, was shot by NPFL soldier. I don't know why this person was shot and who shot him. I think he would be the best person to say.
So, would you say that he had any role at all in any of this?
No.
He had no role?
No, Kamwe was just a civilian doing a rubber business. And those days, what is happening, even if you're a civilian and these soldier boys came on you with force, and they say, Chief said this person must stay here, and you compare it to accommodate that person. We all were living in fear. So Kamwe, I don't think Kamwe is connected with any killing. He might have some information, but I don't think he was the kind of person I know.
So to the best of your knowledge and recollection,
yeah.
Where was Sam Bockarie actually killed? And who do you believe issued orders to have him killed?
This is another difficult question. Sam Bockarie entered Liberia already. He was living in Kokopa, in the camp, in the Kokopa camp, in a house belonging to Harrison Kamwe. The man has evacuated his own house to move to another building because Sam Bockarie was there, according to what he told me. But then the night they passed through my village and said they were going for patrol, and I tried to tell my chief that this man was killed after passing my village, and he said I should forget about it because this is a military business. And that same day when the defense minister came out to announce that this man was forcing his way into Liberia and he got shot.
Now, you mentioned that when former President Taylor went to Ghana and was handed the indictment and later returned to Liberia, you were accused of having attempted to unseat his government.
Yes.
And you mentioned that you were called either to the mansion or to
the
White Flower, and where you went, you met the full cabinet.
Yeah, to his residence, yes.
Was Yome in that meeting? John Yome, was he present?
No, Yome wasn't there.
Was there ever a time when Mr. Taylor, or former President Taylor, took a knife and stuck it in the eyes of John Yome while you were present? In your presence, did it happen?
Those are rumors I heard. Those are rumors. I wasn't there. We were not called together. I was arrested before and taken to a place where I was detained. And this boy who came to me, this is a fellow who told me this nasty story and said, look, I will hope God will bless you, but what we saw is you cannot believe with your eyes to see somebody being treated like that.
So it wasn't the same day that this cabinet meeting was held? Was it the same day or the next day or the previous day? The same day?
No. Yeah, the same day I was arrested.
Who were some of those present in that cabinet meeting that you remember that are still here?
The full cabinet of Mr. Taylor was present.
The full cabinet?
The full cabinet of Mr. Taylor government was present. And some legislators too were present.
And now you don't know whether, you're saying that you're not sure, because according to what I gather,
yes,
when you were taken to that meeting, Mr. Yome was not there.
No.
But did you hear whether he had been taken to that meeting previously and questioned before you got there or after you had left?
No, I think they got there after me.
After you?
Yeah, I was there earlier. And the boy who came to me, he had just left the meeting and had gone to where they had me detained. He was in search of me. And after he had seen this kind of action, that when he was around looking for me, thinking that they have taken me away already. So he said we should pray. The thing he saw, and he mentioned how our leader said, "Oh, you man, you are known for killing president. I will be the last president you will kill."
Was this before dark or after dark?
It was dark. All of this thing happened at night.
Now, who are some of those cabinet ministers, legislators that you remember seeing in that room when you were taken there?
To be frank with you, Commissioner, I was kind of confused. This is a president who is my friend and my boss. I came in a car and I was taking a large group of people and I was never given a seat. And I was standing with my hand behind me and said, you want to overthrow my government? You will see your unjustness. I'll teach you a lesson.
Did any of the cabinet ministers or any of the legislators, did any of them say anything in objection?
Nobody said a word.
Nobody said a word. Can you remember any face that you may have seen there?
That you might think that I'm talking this thing or anything. That we should know who I were for till about. The full cabinet was there. The place was full. The place, everybody was sitting down. It's like they too were a little bit shocked because to see a man you call your vice president to be treated like that, standing among these people. I even burst into tears. I was confused, very, very confused. To say I identify a special person, whether they say or they did not say. Now, they were not an easy period for me.
Now, while the former president was in Ghana, awaiting his return to Monrovia, did you and Benjamin Yeaten have any discussions? Did he express any fears to you?
No.
And at the time, did you have any feeling that Mr. Taylor was going to come back or that he was not going to come back and that you found yourself in a very difficult situation?
I knew. My wife was in Ghana with the president. My wife was very close to the president. My wife knew exactly. My wife called me when they were going to the conference hall. My wife called me when they announced the indictment. My wife called when the Ghana government offered him a plea when John Kufuor, who is also our friend, a friend of my family, told the people, say, look, you want to arrest Taylor, it cannot be done here on my soil. You can arrest it in your country. So he changed the plane that's supposed to give, that took Taylor in his own presidential jet that brought Taylor here. And my wife was on the phone with me, telling me what was unfolding. That when the people came to me to go to announce to Liberian people what was happening in Ghana, I said, no, I will not, except I got the authority from the president of Liberia. I'm hoping that he's returning soon. And when the American embassy charged d'affaires called me that they were in fear, the notorious ATU were on a rampage and they were afraid for that night. And I said the same, that the president is on his way, he will soon be here, but I'm outside together with the chief of security, who is Benjamin Yeaten. Don't have fear, situations are under control. That's what I told the American charge d'affaires that night.
Now, does the name Zigzag Marzah ring a bell to you?
Yeah, I know Zigzag well.
You know him well?
Very well.
What kinds of activities do you know him to have been involved with?
Zigzag Marzah, tough soldier man with Benjamin Yeaten, a serious bodyguard to Benjamin Yeaten, and working for a unit called Jungle Fire. That's the kind of man he.
That's the unit that was based in the Foya area?
In the Foya area, exactly.
Now, and that unit was brought to Monrovia during 2003?
Exactly, sir.
And had the headquarters on the Capitol Bypass?
I say, Commissioner, you answer my question, sir.
All right, now, knowing Zigzag Marzah,
Yeah.
who, according to a number of witnesses that have appeared before us, was key in several massacres, do you know anything of his involvement in blood sacrifice along with Charles Taylor? Eating human parts, drinking human blood?
No. What I should know about Zigzag Marzah, he was very, very close to Benjamin Yeaten. For him being very close to President Taylor, that not to my knowledge.
But he was very, very close to Benjamin Yeaten.
Very, very close. But Benjamin Yeaten cannot move without Zigzag Marzah.
Are you aware that at any time a pregnant woman was allegedly buried in a pit, in a hole, in the yard of Mr. Taylor's home in Congotown, and a sheep sacrifice was made on top of the woman? Were you aware of that?
No, not to my knowledge.
Not aware of that?
Not to my knowledge.
But were you aware that there were cannibalistic practices by NPFL fighters, eating human parts, drinking human blood and all of that? Were you aware of that? That there were some NPFL officials or some in the top hierarchy were involved in human and blood sacrifice?
No, that drinking the blood, no. But what I saw, it is one time I was ordered to arrest a fellow, one of the generals. I've forgotten his name, my God. He was in the German camp area. There was a report that they killed some people crossing from Buchanan. And I was asked, Taylor ordered that I should go and bring this boy to Banga. I hesitated for a while, but he pressed me so much to go because this is a man with a terrible character. I will call his name later, his name slip of mind. When I entered his camp, I saw them eating cassava, roasted cassava, with a palm of a human being, where they are taking the skin off, and they gash it, they pour pepper, and you know, and he was smoking opium. He smoked, he said, "This is sweet, chief. Kind of thing. You eat it before." I said, "I beg you, I just came. Please, let us go to Banga." He said, "But you can investigate the matter here." Not knowing along the road there were ambush set for me. If I say he's guilty and trying to take him up by force, they were going to fire my car.
So, and who was this commander?
I will call his name. Nixon Gay.
The late Nixon Gay.
The late Nixon Gay.
Who was his immediate deputy?
My God.
Now, was Melvin Sobani ever attached to that particular unit?
Yeah, but Sobani was not there when I went to arrest Nixon Gay.
But he served with that unit?
Yeah, they were all in the German camp.
So you think he may have been aware that such eating of human beings was...
This I cannot say because I have not seen. But I saw Nixon Gay beating the palm of a man, then putting it on fire and cutting it and, you know, gashing it. And I was uncomfortable to stay there for a minute. So I left. I said, "Look, we have to go." He said, "You got to judge the matter." Then one of the boys came to me, being a Geo boy. He said, "Chief, this place, I didn't get a place here. You got your headquarters, you kill the people, Banga, you go and talk the matter." Secretly, he told me. So they can say, "We will talk the matter."
But as
so just a minute. So I told Nathan Gay, I said, "Look, let's go into the matter." You see, I can't nobody. The people came, some of my soldiers, they were fighting my soldiers, and they died in an accident. So I said, "Good." There's a time they die, just from a bruised car, they die, all right. What I want you to do with me, come with me in the car. You can explain it to the chief. The thing you're talking, say, "I think you're right." The thing they just lie on you, "I think you're right." He said, "Okay, let me put on my clothes, go." He took 3 of the bodyguards, they joined me in my car. When we entered Banga, chief was cutting his hair at the back of the house. Then he said, "Oh," I went and saluted and said, "Well, I brought Nathan Gay." He said, "Let Nathan come." When Nathan gathered there, when he called 3 of his strong bodyguards.
Was Cassius Jacobs among them?
Well, I will call this boy. He died later. He died in Ganta. He called a boy. he said, well, look, you'll go to MP headquarters and bring me 5 strong MP. When they kill the MP came with a car, they came well armed. Nothing getting have gone. When he entered the house, they disarmed him before coming. He said, you're tired, motherfucker. You kill people. Then you go lie to the inspector and say, you kill somebody. Tell him, man. And when they died, Nelson Gay and took him to MP headquarters. That night, I carried him. But I told you, I said, this thing, you put me in danger with Nelson, because I will never go on the base. And Nelson Gay, no, I brought him here. I got one time I met him in Uganda, he was chasing a car, running behind. I stopped the car among the people in the market. I said, why is it that you're running behind my car? I jumped down from the car. He said, you see me running behind your car? You see me running behind your car? So I said, my man, don't play that, you fun with me. I have some people do with me. No boys got down. When they are gone, they were waiting, I watching here myself. But I ended that, and he went away, and I went away. But he was not too good with me until he died.
So, but what the measures that President Taylor took, so he let him go? Was he punished?
I think he was punished. He was put into jail. Usually the punishment President Taylor gives to these strong fighters and things, they send you to the front line, to the hot line, to go and fight there for a while. Saying you are involved in doing this thing and know how to kill people, go Vanyama or go to Foya and go fight. And that's the kind of punishment that I know of.
So in other words, the life of people was nothing.
No.
Okay, if we should move on. As Inspector General of the NPFL, what can you tell us about the death of Dick Bong, who was his first Minister of Lands and Mines in the NPFL?
Yeah,
did he train with you in Libya?
Yeah, right. Dick Bong is one of the recruiting officer for NPFL. Excuse me, Commissioner. Let me check on something. I tried to mention that earlier. Good. You talk about Dibon, Obe, William Obe, Dibon, Godfather. They were the 3 recruiting officers we had. Dibon was very educated persons. He was a geologist. And when they start to work, being a geologist, he was assigned into bombing hills. He was in bombing hills with Oliver Varney and other people in bombing hills. Wow, I was across the country on the other side. So how he got arrested, but I knew he was executed. What sort of investigation he went on? No, not to my knowledge. But I know he got killed.
So who ordered his execution?
Well, according to rumors, they say he was involved in a coup d'etat. He wanted to overthrow President Taylor. He was investigated and found guilty and died. And
was he tried? Was he brought before a court and tried?
Well, that was the rumor I heard. That's why I'm saying rumor. So I didn't go to that court that tried such an educated person. And,
what is your certain knowledge as Adjutant General and Inspector General? What is your certain knowledge of his death?
Well, this I say, if you can compare that with my detention here, I would say it's illegal, because I was arrested here, Vice President, taken to jail for no due respect. A second man in the country went into jail and went into one squeeze of room and was detained for 11 days. So, I mean, if anybody is to be killed in such a manner, I would say illegal, because I was detained illegally.
How about Jackson Doe, Stephen Yeckerson, Moses Dupu, and others? What were the circumstances of their death? Who ordered their executions?
Jackson Doe, the rumors again. Jackson Doe was killed in the harbor area while he was running to safety. When he left Monrovia and was going towards our area, our control area, he was arrested on the order of who, I don't know, and was executed.
So he was arrested, he was killed while under detention.
Yeah.
So can we conclude that the NPFL leadership can be held responsible for his death?
Of course. He entered our area already. And when, let's say, Moses Duopu, you have just mentioned, Moses Duopu has come from Nigeria and decided to come to our camp in Boble. That when he was also investigated, according to rumors, that Moses Duopu was investigated. And what he said in the investigation that he went to Nigeria and mentioned to some high, military officials in Nigeria that he was part of National Patriotic Front of Liberia, who they say he shouldn't say so because he was not a part of this organization. So that one they found him guilty and he was also executed. With his brother, Moses Duopu had a big brother living in Cote d'Ivoire, in a town called Benue. Bright men with beautiful children, very beautiful guys. I think some are in the University of Abidjan right now.
How about Stephen Daniels?
Stephen Daniels then were picked up in Kakata together with my father, my uncle, David Towe, who took me to school. They were, I told you that was Alfred Flombo, that the superintendent, the Daniel, and that was David Towe.
So again, it's the NPFL leadership that
NPFL leadership.
Who are those in the top leadership that you can say maybe the top 10?
What happened in this case, I mentioned that earlier also. When I saw David Towe tied in the police headquarters in Kakata, he cried on me. He said, "Oh, Yami here, my son." So I ordered the people to loosen him. And I told the commanders that night, said that this is my father. You can't treat my father like that. Loosen the woman. He loosened the man. I told his wife to go to Bright Farm, pay for chicken, to cook cassava leaf for him. He loved to eat cassava leaf. So in that process, somebody came from Habel and said, "President Taylor wants to see you." So I told the woman, I said, "Look, don't cry. Since you are seeing me, you're safe. Let me go to Habel. Let me face the chief." I took my pickup. I drove to Habel. When I said, "Chief, did you send for me?" He said, "No, I didn't send for you." I said, "But Chief, the boys from here came and said you sent for me." So I said, "Okay, sir. Saying you didn't send for me, the boy brought my father, and the way he was treated, I didn't like it. It tired the old man." He said, "Who your father? Who your father?" I said, "Well, my father, David Towe, Senator Towe." Then he said, "But he said, David Towe said, man, the man, they were in my river there calling me rogue. They were in one newspaper my sister brought here, and they said the man, rogue, I stole money, and I'm a criminal. And in fact, he's my brother-in-law. Nothing will happen to him. Don't worry. You will be okay." So I said, "Chief, then I'm leaving, sir." You say, "All right." By the time I got to Kakata police station, I saw a woman who was selling a water market. And the woman called me through sign. I went and said, "Oh, the woman not here again." Then they took 3 of them away in one car, in one pickup. And ever since they took them, the pickup came back, we didn't see them. So I went in there, I looked around, nothing. So I came back to my car.
So from that, can we conclude that
I concluded they were dead.
their deaths were ordered by Mr. Charles Taylor?
Well,
Or that he can take responsibility for the
because
deaths?
he mentioned that to me, that this man are accused of being a criminal.
But he knew they were in custody, right?
He knew that because he told me that. So I told him, he said, "Well, these people, what happened is that this man accused me of it, but then he assured me again that nothing will happen to this man. This man is his brother-in-law. He will make sure that nothing happened to him. I shouldn't worry." That is the last word to me.
How about the death of Elmer Blair Johnson?
Edward Blair Johnson was a strong American soldier. We met in Libya. He's the first Liberian that was brought to Libya by former President Taylor, Glad Johnson. He was introduced to us while in training, and that he a soldier, he had trained American Marines, and he will be working with us in Liberia. What else? Who else he brought? Tamu Woyu was also brought in to be introduced to us. He was operating from America. They were helping the NPFL also. But then when we came here to fight, I was staying in Bopley. The first arrest on me, Glad Johnson was in Bopley when I was arrested that night. And I saw him, and he spoke to me briefly. And what he told me was, "Oh, Moses, we hope that God bless you. Once you show you're not involved in anything, you did not give the arms to Prince Johnson, we will find that out later." That was my last time talking to Glad Johnson. He left and went on to Buchanan Highway behind Firestone where he was assigned. So the next rumor we heard that he was ambushed and died. Whether enemy killed him, whether AFL group killed him, I don't know that.
Now, you mentioned that when the late David Tower was in detention,
Yeah,
and you tried to intervene on his behalf, a message came to you from Habel.
yeah,
When you got to Habel,
yeah.
where was Mr. Taylor living when you reached Habel? Where was he living? Was he living in some Robert Tapper house, or was he living in a company house?
That place called Up the Hill, where that narrow place you have to drive around in Habel Hill.
Yes.
Yeah, way up the top of the hill where he was living.
Who provided him such accommodation? Was it Firestone Management?
Well, that I wouldn't know. Well, I know the commander-in-chief of National Patriotic Front was living up there.
Was Firestone Plantations Company operational at the time Mr. Taylor was there?
No, everything came to a standstill, but Firestone employees were there. Some staff members were there. But they were not in the house, they were around. But people were not actually working.
Can you recall if ever the Firestone Management asked Mr. Taylor to leave their property, or he remained there with their blessings?
What happened when I was there, very briefly, I was there when the David thing happened. I was a little bit upset. I was not, I'm not breaking away, but I slowed down my operation when David got killed. They worked on my mind. So I won't say what happens after I left and what happened to Taylor while he was there.
Now, there are some Nigerian journalists who were at the embassy in 1990 when the fighting approached Monrovia.
Yeah.
And according to information we have, they were arrested and taken to Banga and placed in detention. Were you aware of this?
No.
You were not aware?
No.
You never heard anything about any Nigerian journalist being in detention in Banga?
I heard a Nigerian journalist.
What did you hear about them?
He was arrested, but I was in Kipamos then.
And what did you hear they were taking? And what was the cause of their deaths?
Well, I didn't investigate to say where they were taken to. What I heard on our radio, that some journalists were spying and they were arrested.
They were arrested?
Yeah.
So we can conclude that the NPFL leadership
Of course, they were arrested by NPFL. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, while you were with the NPFL, there were several foreign nationals. Some of them reported to be mercenaries. Some regular troops from the Burkinabe army. But you are aware, though, that there were some regular troops from the Burkinabe army that came to fight alongside the NPFL, are you?
No, not to my knowledge.
Well, the president of Burkina Faso, Blaise Compaoré, admitted in an interview with Jeune Afrique that he did send a battalion of Burkinabe commandos to fight alongside the NPFL in Liberia. Did you serve alongside any of those men, or did you know any of them?
What relevant is not to my knowledge in a sense that I know a man called Datamani. He's from the Gambia, a friend of Taylor came, and he was in Habel. And a lot of, foreigners were there. And it was difficult for me. I was in and out. I was now a stationary commander to be fighting with people to know who they are. But they were purely foreigners that were there, and they were basing there. So that was making things difficult to answer your question, directly.
So Dr. Manning, is he the same as Kukwe Samba Samyang,
That's the man.
who attempted to overthrow the Gambian
In
government?
Gambia, that's the man. He was here briefly with us, and later he left.
So where is he now? When did he leave Liberia?
Oh, he left ever since he left. I cannot remember. He left. He had a little quarrel with former President Taylor. He was becoming very powerful. He had his own group. He has his unit, and President Taylor did not like that.
What happened to the members of his unit?
Well, they used to call Gambian Unit or Gambia Force or what, and they were very powerful fellows. So they left, and their confusion started until I didn't like him around him, and he left. And I think he's in Ghana today as I'm speaking to him.
In Ghana?
In Ghana.
Were there other foreign nationals fighting alongside the NPFL that you can remember, besides Gambians? Were there, for instance, we know that there were Sierra Leoneans as public record from the REF, but were there other nationals? Were there Guineans, for example? Were there Ghanaians? Were there Nigerians? Were there Senegalese? Were there other nationals?
No, I would say when you almost call Sierra Leonean, when you say Sierra Leonean was fighting alongside with us, that for the Sankara connection, and for the Gambians, they were also there. They were fighting alongside, that I know of.
Did you know for the Sankara personally?
Yes.
When was the first time you met him?
The first time I met Fode Sankara was in Libya. Fode Sankara, almost at the end of our training, had gone to Libya with about 7-8 men and to train. And according to him, he had been oppressed, his people are suffering, and he wanted help from Gaddafi. But he was not taken seriously. But 7 men, 8 men can now overthrow a government. Even though he was accommodated. And they came at one time, he was in the kitchen making tea for us, because our on the top of adjutant, general, I used to order him to make tea for me and all of that. And later we left. We were almost coming to Liberia now, we left.
At what time did he join you in Liberia?
Well, it was that difficult for me to say, because I was left at the rear.
But did you see him in Banga anytime living in Banga?
Yes, he came to Banga on 1 or 2 occasions.
How long did he live there, to the best of your knowledge?
No, he wasn't living there. When we met the last time I met him was, he was in Banga, and he had come to see President Taylor on something that was making a little bit annoyed. And he did not explain to me in detail, but he was in Banga.
So, are you aware that Mr. Fode Sankara, the late, and others from the NPFL attacked Sierra Leone? Were you in the planning of that operation?
No. I was in Kipama, not in the planning.
Did you at any time?
I knew they would.
Did you at any time go to the front lines to inspect that area of operation?
No. That was very far from me. I was in Kipama. That time I was superintendent of Kipama's now. Maryland.
So your authority did not extend to that far?
To that far, no. They were far from me.
Now, I just want to go back a little bit to Benjamin Yeaten.
Mm-hmm.
How did he leave the country? When did he leave? Who organized his departure? Where did he go to seek asylum? Where is he presently?
To be frank with you, Benjamin left when I was president.
He left with the president, you say?
I said he left when I was president of Liberia.
Yes. Did you officially authorize his departure from Liberia?
Yes, in a sense that Benjamin was not accused by anybody, and he had jailed me. He brought me from jail every night. He on my wife's feet. Hey man, tell your husband the thing here that till I order me to jail a old man. So I told my wife, tell Benjamin he should forget about this thing. I'm not thinking about how I went to jail. Since God had blessed me and nothing happened to me, I put that behind me. He shouldn't bother me with that. One evening he came to me that anything I want him to do for me, he can do. I said, no, I have security in place here, on me, Echo Mall here, people are protecting me. Then he said, Chief, please permit me to go to Ghana and drop my children. They will go to school and I will return next week.
And you agreed?
I agree.
Did you provide him with a diplomatic passport?
No. He has his own passport. He has his passport. He has all his traveling documents. He has his money to go. So I said, well, do not stay a long time and you have to come back. But then the reason I allow him to go also, there were no formal complaints from anybody to me. And Benjamin was a very dangerous man to just keep him around me and until I was leaving. Well, let me tell you the fact that happened to me. Then before he left, before my president left, he asked me, he said, what happened was my security people, they were low standard people, so I should let his senior bodyguard come and take over my security, including Benjamin. So I said, Chief, I'm sorry. These boys too need to be promoted. They have been with me for years, 3 years as vice president. If I just change them overnight and bring in strange people, they would not be happy. So let their security be there, and when the government change, they can go to be with the new government. But let my security stay with me. So they were not on serious assignment with me. I used to protect myself, and I gave him special instruction to my bodyguards that when I'm in my room and I retired in bed, they must not come closer to my door. So only my security was closer to my door. So when Benjamin asked that you were going for a wife, it was also a relief for me that he was taking his children away. I said, fine. At least the guy, let him push a little bit. Let him get, because I know who Benjamin Yeaten is. So he can't be with me. I sleep in there. Benjamin sit down to my door. And so what happened when he changed?
So you were happy to see him go? You were happy to see him go?
Yeah, I'm happy. But he was not going to sense that with my concern that I'm going to stay. He said he was going to carry his children to go to school. And I agree. And I was happy too because Benjamin is staying with me because every night he's there. And
you were in a state of fear?
Yeah. He's there playing with my children and things. I said, hey God. I used to tell my wife, I said, Nete de boy, I have good boy. So Nete will laugh.
So, in other words, while you may not have wanted to see him go yet, you were happy that he left.
Yeah.
So, where is he presently?
He, Benjamin.
Yes. Have you made any contact with him since?
No contact. I don't know where he is. As Roma had it, they say Benjamin was in Togo. The son of this late Togolese president is his friend. And there where he is. And the last story I heard from his former girlfriend is that he has grown his beard. He bleached his skin. He is very bright. And he has a very terrible beard like a Muslim man. The guy said, if you see Benjamin, you will not know him. So that's the information I got.
Okay, we should just move on. Now, as Inspector General of the NPFL,
Yeah.
were you aware of any units in the NPFL known as the bandits?
Please come in, Jim.
Were you aware of any
Commissioner.
unit operating under the umbrella of the NPFL, a unit known as the bandits?
No,
You're not aware.
I can't remember.
Now, can you tell us about the operation of death squads in the NPFL? Were you aware that there were operational death squads in the NPFL, and even during the time of the elected government, were you aware that there were death squads in existence? You're not aware?
No.
Now, as a member of the NPFL, the fighting unit, how did you and others along with you receive the news of the death of Doe? Did it have any impact on the morale of the fighting men, as yeah, we'll fight more, or that it was now time to stop the fighting? What was the feeling then?
What really happened when Doe died? Personally, I think I remember the former President Taylor saying he regretted that Doe have to die that way. He said what he thought was to capture Doe and put him in jail and investigate him. But the way he was captured and murdered, he didn't like the idea. And he spoke that, I heard that in a conversation with him. We all regret it.
Okay, if I should move on, can you tell us, talking about the NPFL, you mentioned that when you started off in Libya with a few men, and they came by in groups, subsequently returned to Liberia, and there others joined the NPFL, some with different motives and intentions and all of that, some
Exactly.
with the aim of getting rich and all of that.
Yeah.
But at the time you became vice president, by that time, who can you say were the 10 most influential members of the NPFL, MPP? By the time you became vice president,
Yes.
who can you say were the 10 most powerful in terms of Mr. Taylor's inner circle? Who were they? Who are they?
Except people were in government, and he has his own cabinets and members, and people he trusted were in his government working with him.
Who were some of those that he trusted most? Say about the most trusted 10 of his inner circle.
I cannot answer this question, because if a man has a trust in somebody, he has to keep it to himself. I won't be the one to say, well, he trusted this man, he trusted that man.
Can you say, for example, was Mr. John T. Richardson one of them?
John T. Richardson was in government. He was the advisor.
Was he one of those trusted men?
Yeah, he was advisor to national security.
Mr. Kuku Dennis, was he one of those trusted men?
Kuku Dennis was a soldier. He was in Buchanan, one of the frontline commanders in Buchanan, and fighting that area too.
Mr. Benina Ure.
Benina Ure was maritime commissioner when I was vice president to President Charles Taylor. I hope I'm not going to jail for that question you asked him.
Mr. Oscar Cooper, otherwise known as Captain Marvel.
Yeah, he was a businessman, and he was doing his logging, but also a friend to President Taylor.
Mr. Siri Allen.
Yeah, he's also my friend, and he also the friend of the president. He was the chairman for our party.
Mr.
NPP
Thomas
party.
Woyu.
Thomas Woyu was defense minister for the National Patriotic Front. He had been a very strong man back in the NPFL.
Was he a member of the inner circle by the time you became vice president and later on president?
No, Tom Woyu had left and gone to America, and he was in other America. And I think something happened that brought dissatisfaction to him between he and President Taylor that I won't know in detail.
Are those all the names that you, can you remember any other names that you can point to?
Like what? Who did I?
Like Mr. Nyondwe Monokomna, for example.
Yeah, Nyondwe Monokomna was when I was president of the Liberian Senate. He was a speaker, and he was also a friend to the president.
Mr. Daniel Chair.
Daniel Chair also was a defense minister.
Who was responsible for domestic security?
National security.
Yes.
Richardson was advisor on national security, national and international security. So, to know exactly who was fully in charge of national security, I won't know. It's a defense minister.
Who was, yes, go ahead, please.
Defense minister also was the head of a joint security operation.
Who were his top legal advisors?
My God.
Don't remember any names?
I should remember, but I don't know. He has some legal, advisors. He has a legal team.
Yeah, can you say who are those on that legal team?
I'm sorry, I can. Oh no, well, who is this boy? Sopo Wu was one of the legal advisors.
Was Mr. Charles Brumskin at any time one of his legal advisors?
Who?
Mr. Charles Brumskin.
Yeah, Brumskin, but later I don't know what happens.
Mr. James A. Pierre Jr.?
They were all friends of Taylor, but later they disappeared. But I don't know, they will explain it better.
Now, as a member of the NPFL and NPP, how was the NPP financed? How did they raise the money? Later on, when they transformed into a political party, how did they raise the money for operational activities?
I will tell you one thing, and Commissioner, sometimes it's hard to believe. When I became vice president, what happened was that when President Taylor is having any meeting that has to do with finance, he will order me excuse. He said, look, vice president cannot be here and the president is here. So you will hear from me what's been discussed in this meeting.
So who were those top people in those financial meetings, those gurus from which you were excluded?
But sometimes I will leave before they come and say, look, you have to be...
Sometimes they came before you left. Sometimes you left before they came. Sometimes they came before you left. So who were those that came before you left sometimes?
Well, I mean, like the finance minister who has the money, and I think I said that in The Hague. One time the finance minister was dismissed because he was so technical, he wanted some papers signed because he has to balance his books and whatnot. So,
who was that finance minister?
The finance minister is now the Liberian ambassador in the United States at that time.
He was dismissed.
He was dismissed because he was so technical on the president. He wanted everything, signature.
How about the previous finance minister? How about his successor?
His successor.
His predecessor, rather.
The predecessor was there too. Well, because I don't know much about his dealing, because he has become. And what was he?
But he was less technical, in your view.
Yeah, in my view, he never discussed. Well, any financial matter with me was not possible.
Well, during the fighting in Monrovia, 2003 or so, there was a huge sum of money that was taken from the central bank, and taken to White Flower, how much money was it that was taken? And
Now-
who ordered that amount?
I
to be
heard
taken
that
from the bank?
also. I heard that also, and I saw some of the money. New notes were taken in cartons and pickup, and they were brought over to White Flower, and soldier was taking pay and whatnot. But I was not involved with it, so it would be difficult for me to say anything about it.
You were not
I
involved
saw
with
the money. Yeah, I was not. Like always.
Were they United States in Liberian dollars or only Liberian dollars or only
I
United States?
only saw the Liberian dollars.
Only saw Liberian
I won't
dollars.
see the US dollars, sir.
Now, when you became president,
Yeah.
how much money did you meet in the national coffers?
Ooh, I beg you. I left this important document for you. There was some money. It was not pretty much.
How much was it?
I had a I must say, it was under $500,000. It wasn't that much money. And this money, one time the legislators under my command as president were trying to impeach me because they wanted this money withdrawn so I can, pay them off. And so I said, no, I cannot. So there was a heated argument, and they ordered me to be impeached. So I know the procedure. I said, before you impeach me, it will take about a few months. By that time, I'm no more president of this country because I tenure 3 months, and now my lawyers were going to fight it. And they all got weak and left it. But they said that this money must be taken. I said, no.
Was it legislators that were calling for that?
There were plenty, a lot of the legislators. They want the money taken off. So because they want their money, they're taking their vehicles and all from them. So they said, no, their money here, Mr. President, we got to do something. So I said, no, I cannot. They threatened me, and I stood firm until today, and the money remained there.
Now, you mentioned that there were some of those who got attracted to the NPFL for various reasons, some of them to get rich. Who can you say are some of those who got rich, who were attracted, who got rich, I would suppose, amassing wealth illegally?
Well, this is also a difficult thing to say. We all Liberians can see who came out of NPP or NPFL and are so rich in this country, but
that they were not rich before.
They were not rich. Some were just driver or clerk someplace, and they are multi-millionaire. And a lot of things went on. I mean, I won't go to court because we got to calm down a little bit. So I beg you, Commissioner.
So if we can infer from what you're saying that there were those who may have committed, in a way, should we say, economic crimes, would you say that you are absolved from any such? Did you amass wealth illegally?
Who, me?
Yes.
Wait, no, I don't think. I have been very careful, and my colleagues say I'm a coward, I'm a scary man, and a scary man does not get rich. I got a house. I got 2 houses. I got one on a farm, and I got a house here in the Soul Clinic area. And I built this house from Libya. When I became ambassador, I went to Gaddafi myself and said, well, look, Chief, I beg you. The war has broken my house down. My family are in the street. They are nowhere. And please, I don't want them to be in the street. And he said, well, he ordered the ambassador here to come and see what I was talking about. And they gave me a letter to get some cement and steel rod. They were bringing steel rod from through the Libyan holding company. And they were ordered that they gave me some steel rod and some materials to start to build my house. So automatically it is Libya who assisted me in building my house because I cried and told him that I was very poor. I got nothing. My properties have been destroyed during the war. So I don't think I inquire worth because You might not know me very well. I'm a very careful person. Very.
So you did not eat government money?
Well, I mean to be in the government.
I mean, not in a legal way, not what is honestly due. I'm talking about extra legal means. You did not.
No, I don't think I'm that kind of person.
Okay, if we move on. At the time you were top official in the Taylor government, there were some past officials who were detained at the police station or at the stockade, but they were detained by the Taylor-led government. Some of them were removed from their cells, taken out and executed. Among those was one Colonel Thomas Dokie of the AFL, who were responsible for ordering the executions.
And that I wouldn't know. That left purely with the police and the justice ministry. I wouldn't know. As vice president, I don't think the justice minister will be reporting to me directly, so I think that has to do with the president at the time.
So you have no idea?
No idea at all, I'm sorry.
Now, my final question to you.
Yeah.
Decisions of the NPFL, of the NPP government, of which you were a part, major decisions, minor decisions, they were made by the government. Who were those responsible? Previously, I asked who were 10 most influential in the NPP government. Now I'm asking, major decision making in the NPFL was done in consultation with how many persons, and who were those persons? You've been one of them, I'm sure.
No, I will say something. I will let some justifications so you will know how Taylor-led government, runs in this country. Charles Taylor was a good president in a sense, but I told you here in my statement that you don't play with his power, his presidential power. And secondly, sometimes we go to cabinet meetings and he will talk and explain and lecture and say, look, I just called you here to let you know what is happening, but the decision left with me to make. I will make my decision. I'm in the captain chair of this country. Anybody who has served on the Taylor government, you find this out from them. So sometimes he makes a decision. At one time, Musa Sese, the late, in Burkina Faso, you throw a joke at him, you say, President Taylor, you let to run Russian government. You want to do everything you want. And we all laugh. So if you talk about people in power, people he trusted, he was so security-minded to give confidence to somebody, even to say, I, the vice president, should know some things about. I got some document which is not necessary because it's not linking with this, with the testimony. But you will feel sorry for me. You will say, the thing this man is talking, I don't think he was really a vice president. So Taylor trusted himself most. So he makes his decision. He decides what to do, and we must follow. If you don't follow, then you are enemy to him. That's the kind of man he is.
Now, lastly, I just forgot. At the time you became president, there was a consignment of iron ore at the port of Buchanan.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure you were aware of.
No.
You were not aware?
No.
So the arrangement for its sale and all of that, you're not aware, you have no idea, you know nothing about it?
No idea. What I could know about iron ore is that iron ore was in Buchanan, and the lands and mines were going there too. And I didn't question because it did not reach me. So I didn't. It was just within that time I turned over, and Judy Bryan government came, and what happens. I don't know.
So when you turn over, the iron ore was among those assets that you turned over?
Everything, government vehicles. Yeah, I turned over the whole country, in fact.
And you don't remember how much was in the National Treasury at the time?
No, it was except later, because I have a document which I will present to you later.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Testing. Thank you, Ms. Witness, for your presentation. I would like to start off by just reading a general preamble that I usually speak to most people at this time. To date, we have received 18,000 statements from victims in Liberia and around the world in the TRC. We have visited every county in Liberia and met with hundreds of victims of the Liberian tragedy and listened artistically to their sad stories and painful past. Currently, we are restructuring our inquiry unit to facilitate the final phase of our work prior to our detailed consultation on the way forward for Liberia. It is for this reason that you did not receive prior to coming here today a detailed listing of alleged charges against you for the various victims of the Liberian tragedy. However, we will provide you with this list at a later date.
Thank you.
It is this TRC process, not our personal choice or thinking, which defines and structures those who will be classified by us as alleged perpetrators, or those who bear the greater burden of responsibility for our national crisis. But please realize that though we are not a court, we can provide immunity against persecution for anyone that gives full disclosure to us at that time. This is as per the TRC Act Article 10, Section 30. For example, if you had personally or accidentally killed one Mr. John Brown during this period and you did give full disclosure for this act, no court of law in Liberia would be able to try you for that crime. You would be free. This is the power of our immunity. However, if all alleged perpetrators deny their involvement in atrocities on record with the Commission, then this immunity does not apply. Reconciliation also cannot take place, and thus we are stuck in a very delicate position of having to recommend another remedy as a means of national justice. So my first question is trying to understand your military involvement during the various periods of investigation. We have a period of investigation that started from 1979 to 85. Can you tell us, please, what was your situation during that period of our history? Were you a simple Liberian citizen sitting somewhere in a country, or were you out of the country, or were you a businessman, or what were you doing during that period, please? 1979 to 85, before you went for training to start the NPFL.
No, I was in Europe. I was in Germany in the Colonnading Institute of Languages, and I came down after the 1980 coup, and Kuyongpa has promised me, since I'm doing language, he will find job in the embassy in Hamburg with Mr. Taylor. But then in that process, when he and Doe had this conflict, then we all had to flee. And I went to my village, and we went on to Cote d'Ivoire.
Okay, so you went to your village after that 1981 or 82 or what?
No, I was in my village in 83.
83?
Yeah, the whole 83.
Up to 1983, that means from 1980 when you came back and was given that promise?
I came back in 80, 81.
In 80, 81?
Yeah.
Okay. And then from 81 to 83, you
Yeah.
were in town, and that was the time of the promise.
Yeah, I was
And the
in
hope.
town, yeah, in Monrovia,
Okay.
in and out of there, in the barracks, with him move about, with him freely.
Why were you in the barracks, please?
Yeah, no, I'm not staying there.
Oh,
I will go sometimes, we have lunch together,
oh,
and
to
join
communicate.
his convoy, go to Nimba, and come back, and
So
until
after-
one day's confusion started,
Okay.
and trouble was coming, so we all decided to push back a little bit.
So in essence, you went back to Nimba with Kuampa during that time.
Yeah, but I was not when I went to my home village.
But I mean, it was the same purpose because you were close to him and he had to leave, so you felt you had to leave.
Well, we for safety, so we all went to Nimba, yeah.
Okay. So then from 83 now to 85, you stayed there in your village.
Yes, went into La Côte d'Ivoire.
You went into La Côte d'Ivoire, you said?
Yeah, in 85.
Oh. Okay, why did you have to go there in 85?
When this confusion started, killing started, and I told you my brother, Major Towa, was beheaded on the beach, and one of my cousins were arrested, and he was handled very roughly. His penis was stretched almost to his knee, and all kinds of things happens. Then we have to leave the town.
Okay, so concern from 85 with the Kuampa coup, can I say that were you in any way involved with the Kuampa coup?
No.
In the planning of it or the supporter of it or anything?
No, not at all. I was up.
So you were just in your village quietly?
Yeah, I have a farm.
Heard about it?
Yeah, I was on my farm. I'm raising cattle, and I was there with my goat and sheep and some.
Okay. Then in between 85 now and 1991, that's the second period, I have here that your family were killed somehow, you said, by those soldiers in a sense, and
Yeah.
that motivated you to seek
Yeah.
revenge in a sense.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So that particular incident was a massacre of some sort, right? Can you
Yeah.
describe that massacre for us? What town did it take in, and what day did it happen, etc.?
When I have to recollect myself to see that.
Take time.
Please.
Or you can't recall it right
I can't
now?
recall right now. Yeah.
Okay, but could we say that it was 85, it was 86, or 80, what, you know? Because you went for training 85, right?
Yeah, it was between 85 and 86.
Okay, so,
When this thing happened, so we some things that happened behind, we were just hearing news. They were killing this person, killing that person, and we were on our way all ready to go to Libya.
so after that massacre, and of course the Lutra massacre where your first wife died,
Yeah,
the combination of these things made you feel that you had to take revenge for your family and your people.
the first one, killing my brother, almost to say, and a lot of things happened.
Okay.
Now I'm talking about flocking of people, looting their properties, raping and things to our relatives
I see.
that I wouldn't want to mention. And we were all, even there came a time we refused to speak a Gyo dialect, because if you speak Gyo manner, you will be arrested or prosecuted. So people were changing their names, and before you could pass any checkpoints.
Okay.
So it was very unbearable
I
to
understand.
live in your own country and cannot speak your own dialect.
I understand. How many years did you go for training in Libya? Were you there from when? From 84 or from 85 until what, 89 when the incursion took place, or what?
No, we left 85, we went to Libya 86, 87, and we returned in 89.
89.
Yeah, we
So from
returned.
86 to 89, 3
Yeah.
years.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, thank you. 86 to 89.
Okay. So then from 85 to 86 was more like a turbulent year where you're running away, trying
Exactly.
to find some connection. Who was
Yeah.
the first person that stimulated you to join the MPFL? Who's your recruiter? Who brought you into the organization?
Alfred Mann.
Alfred Nett.
Alfred Mann, M-E-H-N. Alfred Mann. M-E-H-N.
L-E-H-N. Alfred Mann. And what was his position at that time?
Well, he didn't have any position I know of. He was the contact person. He was talking to Taylor. He was talking to Taylor's wife, and then he would come down to us to talk to us.
So in essence, it wasn't Taylor then who was the founder per se of the NPFL idea, but somebody had already another group had pre-stimulated the idea, and they was recruiting people.
Yeah.
And you and Taylor were some of those recruited. So could you tell us a little bit about this Alfred there, where he was getting his inspiration from? Who was behind him?
The way I said it was Mrs. Taylor, one Agnes Reeves.
Or Agnes Reeves?
Yeah, who was the wife of Taylor.
Oh, so it was Taylor then. So he sent
It was
Alfred
Taylor.
there
He was sent this. It was sending this African man to us.
I see. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Now you said when you came back after the training '89, we knew about the incursion in December. So you were not part of that particular group that entered from Ivory Coast?
No, I was in Libya.
Okay, so you were left back in Libya.
Yeah, I was one of the last to remain behind with special instruction to make sure that the weapons to be used during the war being shipped, put pressure on the Libyan to give whatsoever promised to us. So I was in Libya.
Okay, so then technically you didn't come to Liberia side until what, 1991 or what? When did you actually enter Liberian territory?
Yeah, I came 1990, but late 1990.
What month, please?
I came in 1990, was in June or July.
Okay, so by then the war was well off the ground.
The war was progressing. There was heavy fighting going on.
What was your first assignment when you entered the Liberian territory? What were you entering as? You were already at that time the Inspector General, or were you another position?
No, I was not Inspector General. I was Adjutant General when I came into La Côte d'Ivoire, and I stayed there to bring another consignment of arms and ammunition. I delayed and reporting that I given these arms over to Prince Johnson, and I was ordered to come to the base. Upon reaching the base, I was arrested.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you were coming in now with guns, with your own battalion. Did you have a group yourself?
No, I didn't come with battalion. I came a single person.
Oh, no security, nothing, just one
No
man?
security. When I was nothing. We are come from Libya to fight. That time there was no promotion, no name, nothing.
But the key point is you came without even a weapon, you say. You brought weapons, but you didn't have one yourself. You didn't have a pistol on you, or a machine gun or something?
Nothing. I mean, if you didn't, let me tell, maybe you might not follow me closely. Let me tell you how I came in. When I left Libya and came to Côte d'Ivoire, it was the time Taylor said, you have to stay here and get some shipment that's supposed to be here for us to ship. But then we didn't have the money to pay for the civilian trucks to transfer these weapons from the gendarmerie's truck to a civilian truck. And I delayed. And somebody who has come to check on me went back to Taylor and said,
yeah, I remember that.
And said that I have stolen these weapons and given them over to Prince Johnson. I didn't even know that Prince Johnson had even broken away.
Okay, I understand that, but what I'm trying to understand is here's a military operation. A man has been trained. He was the adjunct general, the head of all of the training facility. They have now come onto the ground to carry out the action. This is June 1990, and you come on ground empty-handed, now one weapon, with a whole consignment of weapons behind you somewhere, and just sitting there with plain clothes waiting for what?
Let me tell you, it doesn't work like that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand.
You cannot take a PNF into La Côte d'Ivoire. This thing was done undercover with the security protection of the Côte d'Ivoire government. And I dare carry a pistol in La Côte d'Ivoire, I'll be arrested.
Okay, good. That's what I want to understand.
Okay, these things came on a proper arrangement, and they were crossed over into Liberia. I didn't hold arm until I entered Liberia soil. That could not be possible in Côte d'Ivoire. I'll be arrested.
So So what was the trail? From Libya it came by air?
Not
Into
Libya,
what
but
country?
this time we are talking about coming from Cote d'Ivoire.
No, I mean from your original assignment in Libya,
Yeah,
you were
we
in
came
charge
by
of making
air.
sure that it came to Liberia. So can you trace for us the passageway you passed
We
in
did
bringing
not,
those arms?
wait. When I was coming from Libya, I didn't come with arm. What happened was that I was in Libya when the war started on the eve of a Christmas.
Okay.
That when the Libyan came the following week to say that till I have started the war, there was not an arrangement. But then we are contacting Bless Campari to give whatsoever he has to send over to Charles Taylor. And by the time I got to Ouagadougou, those things have been sent already to Charles Taylor by road. So I didn't come from Libya with any equipment in the plane.
Okay, so then Bless Campari from that country
Yes.
sent the dispatchment of arms that you were supposed to bring
Yeah,
ahead of you
yeah, they did.
to Ivory Coast.
The arrangement has been made by the Libyan government while I was already in Libya.
Okay.
So they asked me to come to make sure whether shipment had been sent.
Okay.
Then from Ouagadougou, then I came into Abidjan.
Okay.
And there's another consignment, the arrangement has been made already to follow up. And that was the time I delayed. And the fellow who came to see after this thing told Taylor on his return that I have taken some of these equipment and transferred them over to Prince Johnson. So that when our order from Abidjan to go to ball play in Liberia, empty-handed, I couldn't carry a gun because I was crossing the border of Cote d'Ivoire.
Okay.
And by on my arrival to ball play in the military base, that when I was arrested for questioning that giving these things that are supposed to come to us to Prince Johnson. Then fortunately for me, within 2 days time while I was in jail, the man who was responsible for this thing in Abidjan did not see me. That when he called for Taylor to go to Abidjan, asking for me, that when Taylor told him that I was detained because I had given what I supposed to carry to Prince Johnson. And the man said, no, this is a lie. What Moses Black came for has been given to him and his party. We are waiting for civilian trucks, but he did not have the money to pay for the trucks. That what happened.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
So it's a clear combination of two countries,
Yeah.
Burkina Faso or Ivory Coast,
Yeah.
their military and their governments and presidents connecting to Libya, bringing the arms into
Exactly.
Liberia for the purpose. All right,
Exactly.
that's good. Then you finally landed in Liberia now, and that's when your position was instantly changed to Inspector General? Or was there a period where you stayed as Adjunct General from June
No,
1990?
that when I became Inspector General, but we
In
went
June?
on, I left, I refused to go back for any other consignment because I was jailed, and it was found out later that it was lie, and I was in Tapeta when the pickup I was driving in was seized by one of our battalion commanders, and the case went before Taylor when it was announced to me that I would be called the Inspector General of National Patriotic Front.
Okay. So then, at that time now, Mr. Doe was killed in around September, right, of that same year. So the technical mission,
I think that was low.
1990. We're in 1990 now. You entered Liberia, you said June 1990. So, no, I'm talking about you. You just told us when I asked you, when did you personally come to Liberia? I just typed here, you said around June, right?
Yeah, June,
Okay.
before June.
So, and you came and then,
we have problem with the dating
all right.
and the timing because it has been quite a long time.
Okay.
So I cannot just recall probably and just tell you straight.
Okay.
So you got to pardon me for that.
I understand. So within 2 months now, Doe dies.
Yeah, right.
Okay. So then from the time Doe died, I'm trying to understand what was this change of strategy? Because you told me you were trained because you came for the revenge of this man who had caused a lot of problem for your people. Now, suddenly you got here 2 months before his death and he's dead. But yet now your life takes on another long course of involvement.
Yeah,
so was there a period where you struggled, where you thought like, okay, okay, though it's dead, why am I here? Why don't I change? Or did you just jump in and just keep flowing with the flow of history?
Oh, no. It was not possible for me. I have entered, I went to jail, and the war has not ended, even though has died. And I'm connected with a very big group, and I didn't want to commit suicide and telling people that let me just leave because though I die, I gotta go.
Okay.
Where am I going?
No, I understand. I just want to get that clarity from you
Okay,
directly.
good.
Okay, so then you join into the flow of history now, and we
Yeah.
move into the next period, 1991 to 1997. Okay, and in this period now, we are told that NPFL had built up a military machinery up to
Yes.
70 to 100,000 people. I assume that it happened during this period, 1991 to 1997, because in 1990, I don't think you had that many people, did you?
Yeah, right. We have grown up to that about 70,000. Then at that time I was...
In 1990?
No, not 19,000.
It happened gradually, right?
Yeah. Then I grew, the strength I grew up to almost 7,000, and I was sent to Maryland. My operational area was in Maryland as Inspector General, and I later became Superintendent of Maryland.
Okay, thank you. Now I can start with my question. I just want to get an understanding of your different positions, because then in the third period, from 1997 to 2003, you were ambassador to Libya, you were vice president, and then you were finally president.
You're right.
Okay. All right. So now let's start with the the first one. Were the elders of Nimba ever consulted regarding the participation of the children of Nimba in this so-called war of revenge against the crown? Did they ever give their blessings for this, or was this just a decision made by an independent group of Nimbadians?
Well, this is a difficult question also. When the elders of Nimba was not involved with this war, and this is a big military operation. Some people were all running away into their villages, and I don't think they were in the position to advise the commander-in-chief of the National Patriotic Front on the war. And they didn't even know what was happening. All they saw people were fighting, and their children were going to war. These are young children leaving their parents and coming to join the National Patriotic Front. So I don't think we have to involve the elders of Nimba. They didn't know what was going on.
No, I just asked because I know the Nimbadian culture is very close in that sense, and for a large group of people from one particular group to have gotten involved in such a huge process, I thought somehow there would have been some. Did they oppose it in any way? Did they try to give you advice to get out of this thing, or leave it alone, or they just were quiet and they were overruled by the power of the NPFL growing under their feet?
It was also a difficult area for them. The people, their farms, their rice were all looted from their kitchen tap. They were suffering. Some people ran into La Côte d'Ivoire in displaced camp, and they were all over. Nobody was there to give decision or to give an advice.
Okay, thank you. Next one. You mentioned that you are a Christian.
Yes, I am.
But yet, you sought revenge for your people to the point where this nation was destroyed. Hundreds of thousands of our young people were taken out of their homes and turned into killing machines. And with your Christian conscience, how did you live with all of this?
I think I have to ask God for forgiveness. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Next, you described Mr. Taylor as a good and decent man. Did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Yet history recalls him as a selfish, power-hungry, murderous, deceitful leader who destroyed his nation and brought suffering to its citizens.
I didn't say all of that.
No, I know you didn't. I say history, meaning even I didn't say history is saying it. I just read the newspaper, read the books, read the CNN, listen, just history. When I say history did, meaning you didn't. I know what you said.
Good.
Okay. So you just verified what history has told us through testimonies that you gave us. You talk about Sam Bockarie, how you told him, and he said, oh, get out of here, that's not your thing.
Good.
And then you talked about other cases, and all of these cases build up to tell you that this man is not such a good man. But yet, you stayed there.
Because those things has to do with his presidency, because it has to do with his power. I said also that this is a man, you don't play with his power, his presidency, you will be hurt.
Okay, so then can we say then that you became a pawn of history, a victim of your own circumstances?
Exactly so.
Okay, all right. Do you believe that Mr. Taylor gave up power willingly at the end? Because there were stories that there was a consignment of arms that should have come. And if that consignment had reached, God would have had to come to help us. Because I lived about 3 blocks from the incident at that time. So what is your thinking? I mean, was this just a patriotic heart of his? Or was he just squeezed by the international community, the lure, the model, to just give up?
Well, there's another question to you. Because the arms came, they were intercepted, and there was no way you could fight, because there was no arm and ammunition. And ECOMO intercepted, seized the plane, in fact, and the soldier could not use their hands to fight. So they themselves at the front line was giving up. And maybe God wanted it to be ended that way, and I ended.
Yeah, I noticed at the beginning you said God willing in many cases when you talk, and you made it feel like God was supporting this war, but at the end it looks like God's real hope was to stop it.
Yes.
By seizing those arms and making sure that this country was not totally wiped out from the face of the earth. Okay, next. You talked about 20-something persons that were trained with you in Libya. Well, I don't know, what was the number really? That it was the initial group of highly trained professional terrorist militants. How many were there?
I think initially we were 22.
Oh, 2 originally.
We were 22 initially.
23?
22.
Okay, thank you.
Initially, but the strength grew up to, I will tell you just now.
Is it possible we can get the name of those initial 22 persons?
No, it's not possible now. I cannot, because I've been a very long time. And I'm not having the records with me. I'm going to give you the numbers.
Could you give it to us later, maybe?
Yeah, I'll give you that later.
Okay.
The strength grew up to 156 men.
56. Okay, thank you. Now, there are 2 operations that I'm very much interested in, but I noticed you didn't give much information on. One is historically called Operation Octopus, I think that was 1992, and another one was historically called Operation Payday, the April 6, 1996. These 2 operations were a critical turning point in the power struggle between the so-called armless Liberians and the armed Liberians.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So,
but then I was in the Kipamas.
I understand that. But
So
what I wanted to ask you, because I know you already said that, was could you help, I mean, strategically, as from the position you held, could you logically tell us who could we refer to for information? For example, you just gave us one person, Mr. John T. Richardson, who was the advisor of military or security?
No, for national security or international security
national
advisor.
security.
That in the government now, in government.
Okay.
What the names are giving the people working in Taylor's government.
Meaning
They were
the
not
so-called Greater
fighting-
Liberia, right?
Yeah,
That was the time when we had Greater Liberia between
Yeah.
1990 and 1990, what, maybe, I don't know, 96, 97. So there was a separate government at that time. And those were the leaders then. Could they be the ones that could help us with this kind of information on who strategized, planned, funded, and supported these operations?
No, with funding, no, I cannot, because I do not know about it. I told you when I became the vice president, financially is not a question with me. My president told me that he's the president, he's in charge of that. When the discussion that has to finance, I should excuse him, I will hear from him. So financially, who was financing what, who were giving what money and what, that left purely with President Taylor himself.
Okay, so you have no advice for us in that area. Okay, thank you. Next, there was a situation in our history where the government had made a relationship with Taiwan and had changed from China. And then it appears that during your 2-month period of presidency,
Yes.
suddenly these cards were shifted. there was a situation where even Taiwan had offered $1 million plus to help Liberian children, the NGO groups. But because of your decision that came at that time, all of that was lost, and I hear China became now the new focal point of relationship with us. So I was just wondering, why was that a necessary decision at that critical time when your power base was going to be so short? Why didn't you just leave that for the next government? Could you shed light on that for us, please?
What
Were you pressured by
yes, I
international
agree with you. If Taiwan has given money for so what, which I think is unbelievable. They have been here long enough to have given what sort of money to children and what. What happened was that when I became president, I seek advice from foreign leaders of Africa, and they have the experience with China, that the war is on hand, you are just coming from war. The Chinese government will develop your country, even though they are not giving you cash money to be divided, like what Taiwan does. The people will develop your country, as you can see now for yourself in this country. So when they kept talking to me, and I accepted the advice, I called the cabinet's meeting and I told the people that we have to change from this Taiwanese. I myself as president suspected what the Taiwanese were doing. Other people were just eating, taking the money and sharing it among themselves. So once these people are not bringing in money, they are bringing development to this country, that's when I accepted them.
Okay, so in essence, prior to that, the president may have been receiving some of this money, but you had no power to do anything. So now Providence had given you a chance to make a noble change, and you took that chance.
No, I didn't understand you, so.
No, I'm just saying, you mentioned about the money that was coming in from Taiwan, blah, 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 and how people were taking it, eating it, and enjoying it. But now when you came in, you saw the need to make a noble change for history, and to bring in a country that would help this country without giving any under-table kickbacks to anybody.
Good.
Okay.
Good.
You also mentioned about legal fees that you've had to pay recently, $40,000, $50,000. To us, the average Liberian, that's a huge amount of money. I mean, how did you get such wealth during this, during your short term of presidency or prior to that? Because I know Liberian salaries are so small for presidents.
The legal fee for what?
You said you have legal fees. Recently you had to pay of $40,000, right? And another one that's coming up that may be $50,000, or did I misunderstand you? Sorry.
No. I never mentioned about any legal fees.
At the beginning you mentioned something about having to be sent to court by one situation you made, and it's costing you a lot of legal fees.
No.
So you're not in court now?
What legal? Are you in court now?
And you didn't have to pay any legal fees for those?
No, I paid this money.
How much was that again?
I said it cost me almost $20,000 already.
Oh, 20?
$20,000 already.
Okay, I see.
To pay lawyers to defend me in a court.
Okay.
Against Benna Yuri.
Mr. Ure, okay.
He's the one took me to court because I testified. That's why I say here I have a concern. I'm sitting here tomorrow. I'm hoping that I'm not going to court tomorrow to hire a lawyer because I have no more money.
Yeah, okay.
That's what I said.
Okay, thank you. I just want to understand that. Okay, another strange question. I mean, again, most of you who were trained in this country, Libya, 21 people that grew into 156, did most of them have a life like you had, where all the training went into no vein because you didn't fight? Or you were the only one who was special that never fought after all of this training?
No, I would like to fight. Not now audition fighting, but my position would not allow me to fight. I was Inspector General. I was not a foot soldier to go to fight. But if I was some commander or platoon leader or battalion commander, I could fight.
Okay,
but it's the law of the military. I have a job to do. My job would not allow me to go to fight in the bushes or set ambush someplace.
Okay, so
I did not want to. I want to train to fight.
You were the only one then in that case that got out that.
There were other people who had bigger
Who else,
position.
for example, was in your situation where they were trained with you, but they just became a position that required them not to even bother with
No, like I told you, Alfred Mann.
Alfred Mann?
Alfred Mann, who took me to training. He was a big aid to President Taylor because for the job he has done to recruit us, and we came back. We have been recruited by him. And then such a man, he cannot go to fight. He cannot set an ambush to go fight. He has done his work already. They were not Moses Bly alone.
Okay.
There are other people with higher positions, and they couldn't go to set ambush. That one was left with foot soldiers.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you were still part of the high command, of course.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. As Inspector General, considering the huge crimes that were committed by NPFL and the fact that Taylor had direct control over the various commanders, I mean, I think this is what you told us, right? That all of these different groups, they reported directly to one man, Taylor.
Yes, yeah, you don't
Okay.
take that.
You even mentioned some of them. Let me just review. You talked about the strike force, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Wild Geese, the Marine, the SSS, the Executive Mansion Guard, the Artillery Unit, ATU, and you said you didn't know about Death Squad, so I'll keep that one out. So all of these kind of groups, they all reported directly to Mr. Taylor.
Exactly.
Okay, so it means that they each must have had some kind of commando, right? Some head that would carry out
they have
the job.
the heads.
Okay. Do you know the names of these commandos?
I don't. But they have their heads and they report directly to their chiefs.
But what I'm saying is you're an Inspector General. If you are to be responsible to secure what they call safety and information flow of the staff and all of these different things, how can you not know anything?
Let me tell you one thing. I said it here clearly from my initial statements. When you are Inspector General, have a limitation. Anything that have to do with the executive mansion, the artillery unit, the Marines, they are strictly under the executive mansion.
Also, it's just the artillery and the Marine.
No, not just the artillery and Marine.
How about the Navy, the Army?
The Navy, all under the executive mansion.
So in essence, the whole military machinery was directly under Taylor. So what were you Inspector General for? I mean, you had nothing to control.
They have other battalions that were outside of the executive mansion control area.
Oh, so besides these major forces,
yes,
there were other battalions.
There are other people fighting.
Could you tell us about those, please?
For different areas.
Who were some of those other battalions, please?
I want to go in the bathroom, please.